about Bill Clinton. They allege that Epstein said he likes them young, referring to girls. Listen, Clinton's name has been attached to Epstein for a long time, so I don't think that that's probably a huge shocker, and it's certainly not anything criminal in activity has been exposed for any of these people. I haven't looked through all the documents, but many of them that I've seen look like documents where you would be in discovery, meaning you're just asking, do you have pictures of this person or this name or whatever? Not saying these people are accused of crimes, but they may be tangentially somewhere. There's some interest in finding out if they were involved in anything nefarious with Epstein. So I think it's a lot of speculation at this point, but no actual smoking guns for most of these names that are floating up.
It's all the stories, including the ones that I have done on the air, all have these caveats: no proof of wrongdoing, no proof of wrongdoing. It's funny that like every single one I've heard and seen so far, just really making sure that these people aren't dragged through the mud any more than they are just by being mentioned at all.
Yeah, because, I mean, if you're in a picture, there are a lot of people who are in a picture with Epstein who would never have gone to his island or taken, part in, all these accusations of him with underage girls and trafficking people and all these horrible things. But if you were in his orbit at all, you're not feeling good right now because your name is going to be put out there, even if you never engaged in criminal activity. There are people out there who say, all right, once he was actually a convicted sex offender out of Florida, why did you continue to spend time around him? And I think that's the more difficult question for people to answer. In more recent years, why were you still in his company when these allegations were more clearly broadly known? And there was, some sticking down there in Florida about accusations and convictions.
Yeah. And former President Clinton has said, look, I didn't know anything about this. And his time with Epstein apparently ended long before those charges. And the same with former President Trump. He said a long time ago, yeah, I'm not a big Epstein fan. But you're right. Some of the more recent accusations, including the ones against Prince Andrew, are maybe a little more problematic for him. Which he's already settled out of court, I guess.
It's part of that, yeah.
Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday and the Livin' the Bream podcast. Shannon, good talk.
Great to be with you, Chris. Have a great new year.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Start the new year off with a bang of big savings during the Omaha Steaks end-of-season event. You can stock up on all your favorites and get 50% off site-wide. That's 50% off perfectly aged tender steaks, juicy burgers, decadent desserts, and even classic comfort meals. Go to omahasteaks.com, and when you use code SIZZLE at checkout, you'll get an extra $30 off your order. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SIZZLE at checkout for an extra $30 off your order. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at ibx.com.
urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries got them. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There's so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? Maybe it's the tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. Secretary of State Blinken set to arrive in the Middle East today for meetings with several countries as the Israel-Hamas war threatens to boil over into a wider conflict.
Strikes on commercial vessels in the Red Sea continue. That is despite warnings from the U.S. and the U.K. There have now been 25 attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden since the Houthis began attacks back in November.
Fox's Kevin Cork. South Korea calls North Korea's firing of hundreds of artillery shells into an ocean buffer zone today a provocation. And a winter storm alert is up from North Carolina to Maine as a nor'easter threatens to dump the first significant snow in 2 years on some cities.
Some forecasts show snow and rain falling in New York City Saturday night into Sunday, while areas of Massachusetts could potentially see a half a foot of snow.
Fox's Gernell Scott. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
In the NFL, reports Thursday the Ravens are adding running back Dalvin Cook to their practice squad. He was released by the Jets on Tuesday. Another big-name quarterback in the college football transfer portal has chosen his new team. Former Kansas State QB Will Howard announced he's headed to Ohio State, where he will be the favorite to start for the Buckeyes next season. Suspended Warriors forward Draymond Green is taking steps to return to the court. ESPN reporting that Green is expected back at the team facility in the coming days to start preparing for a return to game action. In the NBA on Thursday, it was the Bucks over the Spurs, 125-121. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Atlanta's going to be open regardless of what discussions have been made about Arthur Smith, if he's going to be back, if he's not, if Arthur Blank's patient or not. Here's the issue with Arthur Smith as the head coach in Atlanta. They've got to sell the Falcons, and they have a ton of talent on offense. They don't have their quarterback, but they have a ton of talent on offense, and they're not scoring points. That speaks for itself, and I think Arthur Smith is out come Monday, and we'll see that report. I think of the vote of confidence coaches, with it being Eberflus, Saleh, and Smith. I think Smith is the one who will not be back with his current team, despite the vote of confidence, or maybe halfway, that we heard from Arthur Blank. So then there are up in the air Tampa Bay with Todd Bowles, with Tampa having a chance to win and get into the postseason this weekend. New Orleans with Dennis Allen, same situation, same scenario for the Saints. And then there's a lot of buzz about Mike Vrabel.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Tommy Lahren.
What's on your mind?
Breaking news, an open border costs you and I a whole lot of money. According to a new study from the Center for Immigration Studies, nearly 3 in 5 illegal immigrant households are receiving taxpayer-funded welfare. And yes, this is in addition to the food, shelter, and other perks migrants are getting as they enter the U.S. illegally. So how are people who have no legal right to be here cashing in on these welfare benefits intended for American citizens? Well, they qualify for these entitlements because although they may work, they are still low income enough to access these benefits through their U.S.-born children, also known as anchor babies. Not only do we need to close our southern border immediately, we need to end birthright citizenship immediately. We simply cannot afford this, America. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show, Tommy Lahren is Fearless, at Outkick.com.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Hey, if you're traveling for the holidays, our friends at Pure Talk, they have you covered because they have just added international roaming to over 30 countries. Now, that's right. Whether you're making calls from the Vatican, on the beaches of the Bahamas, they've got you covered. From the steps of Buckingham Palace to your villa in beautiful Italy, you can dial away. And here's the best part. There's no rate increase at all. Now, Pure Talk still saves the average family close to $1,000 a year. And they use the same cell towers, same 5G network as the big carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Stop dragging your feet. Make the switch. It's simple. It's fast. It's easy. Join a veteran-owned wireless company that is saving people tons of money for the exact same service and now offering international roaming to over 30 countries. Now, from your cell phone, just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, make the switch, and do it now. You'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Pound 250, keyword, save now, and start saving on your wireless right now.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. 2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, January 5th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist, our associate producers. Oh, do we have a jam-packed show today on a frigid Friday. It was 23 degrees when I got into my truck this morning. Good Lord. Dawn Stensland, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory.
Hey, am I here? My God.
Let me check. Hold on a second.
Where are you? Hello. This week has just been...
2024
has not been a great start so far for me.
If I could turn back time.
Let me just say real fast. I was very proud of the fact that I went almost 15 years, and I took maybe 2 sick days in my entire career here. And since you've started with us,
yeah,
I've taken this is like my 4th.
Yeah, I don't think you should be blaming me. I think it's more on your kid bringing home germs.
100% my kid.
Yeah, bad work out of you.
Yeah,
the kid and Kale.
Yeah, the kid and Kale.
Yeah,
that'll be the second show I host. Kayal and Company, followed by the kid and Kale.
Oh God. Yes. I'm tired of sitting at home. Honestly, I need to get to work. I need to get back to work.
Stocker's going to be here tonight at 5:30, and one of the suits would be like, "Go home already." Of course, the suits would have to be here to tell you that, but that's a different story.
Yeah.
A lot of good stuff to get to on the show this morning. We have a big take on Nikki Haley. A lot of things that I've been hearing that I just don't like, so we've got to flush that out this morning. Also, another batch of Epstein documents gets released last night, and we also have more Hollywood celebrity A-listers. Not that they did anything wrong, but they are linked to Epstein.
Can we stop saying the list? It's not the list. It's
there's 3 things.
It's people who were asked if they ever visited in a deposition.
We have we have court proceeding documents. We have flight logs, but we still don't have the black book.
Yes.
The black book is truly the smoking gun.
That's going to tell us everything.
Correct. Definitely worth clarifying.
The media, and I'm sorry, I'm shot out of a cannon.
Good.
603.
Because I've got nothing left this week. I've had post-nasal drip. You can carry us home, buddy.
But the media is naming these people in this thing associated with that. Some of them, not all of them, some of them, all they're saying is, did you ever see so-and-so on the island?
Yeah.
And they're like, no.
Right.
And that is, he was named in the court proceedings. That's completely
correct.
Not the same thing.
Absolutely correct. So we will get to that coming up this hour for sure. Also, another school shooter in Iowa yesterday from one segment of the population, one group or community, very similar to Nashville. We'll get to that story. Also, a lot of local stuff, some tragic stuff here locally in Philadelphia with SEPTA. Joe is now losing young women in the polls. And Gavin Newsom and Phil Murphy with something in common. So we'll get to that this morning as well. Plus, Stocker's cut sheet here on a Friday. So a lot to delve into, but before we get to all of it, let's get to the news, because I'm sure there is plenty. And for that, round number 1, 6:05, the great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, and in a moment, we'll have the latest from the Philadelphia Health Department, the latest warning, and the latest big hospital group that is masking up. All of this on this Friday morning. Good morning, January 5th. We are at 25 degrees, so we've warmed up 5 whole degrees this morning since Nick Kayal left the house in the Honda Ridgeline, right?
Yeah.
We have so much to talk about this morning in the news. We are looking at this police investigation and just a shocking video that has now gone viral, learning more about what happened after this deadly push of a man onto the tracks of a SEPTA train station. This is University City last night, following a scuffle, a fight between two men. At one point, if you look at the video, it shows one of the men punching the other and then forcing him to fall back onto the tracks. Seconds later, that train on the Market Frankfurt line strikes the man, killing him. You hear the screams of those waiting on the platform there. It's a horrifying situation.
I saw you tweet the video out about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I think Mark Fusetti had the video of it. And yeah, he just gets knocked right off. And then within 2 seconds, here comes the SEPTA train and presumably just runs him over and crushes him.
Yeah. And
it's awful.
It's a lot of the media is not, some of them are not letting the sound go on, but you hear the horror, the screams of people who are waiting there and witnessing this just feet away. The reason I retweeted Sergeant Mark Fusetti was because he's the only one who's talking about the two men who are fighting. One of them who became ultimately the victim, who's dead. And so, we'll talk about that moving forward. But I think nobody's saying, well, did people know who these individuals were? And could this tragedy have been avoided? And I think that's a question that we need to look into more deeply. So Philadelphia police are investigating. They have one person in custody, and they took that person into custody at the next station stop at 40th Street Station, by the way. So the 34th Street Station was shut down for hours yesterday because this happened at about between 4:30, 4:45. So that's why it was shut down, as well as the area near Drexel's campus.
Well, if I read Mark's tweet correctly, SEPTA police and authorities knew of these individuals that were homeless, and I think that they know that these people have been down there. They have basically, according to Mark, I think I'm paraphrasing, they use the SEPTA trains themselves as beds and toilets. So this seems like it could have been another preventable tragedy, so to speak.
Yeah, and so it's one of those root problem type situations that if we kept homeless people or maybe people with mental health issues or people with chemical dependency issues, and by the way, we're under this code blue warning right now for Philadelphia, Montgomery County, multiple other entities are also declaring these code blues because it is 20 degrees overnight and it does impact the homeless. So we have the shelters to provide for homeless people or people in these dire situations that don't have to sleep on a train. So we'll look more into that. I do want to get to President Biden visiting our region, traveling. He won't be traveling tomorrow as expected to Valley Forge, where he had hoped to have the Valley Forge, backdrop of Pennsylvania, George Washington, Continental Army, thinking about 250 years ago and protecting democracy. That's really the message. But Biden is coming today because of this big storm that we've been talking about. We have more details on that. So Biden expected to decry former President Donald J. Trump for the riot by a mob of his supporters who overran the Capitol in an attempt to overturn the 2020 presidential election. These are some of the talking points that you can look forward to in this speech today. So how does it impact the local community? Because he was supposed to be there on a Saturday. So because of this, there are alerts, for example, to the entire Wissahickon School District there in Montgomery County. You think of Bluebell, you think of Montgomery County Community College.
Oh, great. My neck of the woods.
Yep.
So I shouldn't leave my house. Going to be traffic everywhere.
Gridlock.
Oh, great.
So they're actually dismissing school for many of the schools at 11 a.m. today.
Mm-hmm.
Because initially I thought, were they doing this so that the kids could go or attend the speech or something of that nature? But I really truly think that it's because of this last minute change that it's going to be gridlock shutdowns due to the motorcade and all of that.
Yeah, I usually get home right around 11 o'clock. So
they just came off of what, week and a half, 2-week break, and then they get
yeah,
out.
just like you.
And then they get out on Friday early because the commander-in-chief is
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
We're not even supposed to get that much snow, though.
I know.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, tomorrow is we're looking at. I'll just go into the. Well, let me talk about the measles before I talk about the forecast.
Yeah,
real quick.
yes. Let's get to the measles.
Do you want to get to the measles?
Something else I can catch.
Yeah. So we now are getting an update on these measles cases, and we never used to talk about this. So maybe the question is, we have an unprecedented amount of people that we don't know about their vaccination cards coming into the country. I have no idea if that, in fact, is leading to these outbreaks of things like measles that we never used to really talk about. But we do have these measles outbreaks. And one location was announced just 2 days before Christmas. So Dr. Cheryl Bedegal, Philadelphia Health Commissioner, releasing some new information talking about these 6 confirmed cases which originated at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So they had to do some quarantines, but obviously some of the children ended up at CHOP because they were sick.
And I thought, and probably to your point of maybe people coming in illegally or whatever it might be, weren't the measles and the mumps basically eradicated decades ago in this country? Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
The risk to babies, so there might be something else going on that people didn't get their young children vaccinated, citizens perhaps not doing that. The risk here is when you get your measles, mumps, rubella, those types of vaccinations.
Okay.
So this is a severe risk to perhaps somebody who's pregnant, but also to very young little babies who aren't vaccinated yet. So the Jefferson Health Building on Chestnut Street, they have a multicultural education station, daycare on Castor Ave, and multiple daycares, Children's Hospital. These are some of the locations that they're giving out, just saying if you or your child was, especially young babies, near these areas, we want to quarantine you. Shut this thing down.
Sunday night around 8:45, we'll get the text from Stalker. Hey, I've got the mumps. I'm out tomorrow. Anthony, be ready.
Oh, my goodness. Don't even say that.
Oh, God.
Wow.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah, it is.
All right, let's talk about the forecast real quick here. This is today it's beautiful, by the way. So we're 41 degrees, bright sunny skies. We've warmed up 26 degrees during this newscast, by the way. But there is a winter storm watch that is being, issued by the National Weather Service. So tomorrow is the question. The high tomorrow is 40 degrees. So we do have precipitation, but the high tomorrow is 40. The high on Sunday is 39. On Monday, it's 43. So the question is, when does this hit? So it looks like on Saturday evening, when the sun sets, temperature starts to drop, we will see some slushy flurries, depending on where you are, but maybe about an inch. Then on Sunday, if you're, let's say, in Lehigh County, you're looking at 3 to 6 inches.
Mm-hmm.
So Sunday is the question, but for us in this area, it looks like right now a couple of inches, and that would be earlier on Sunday. But north and west, even in Chestnut Hill, Bluebell, Montgomery County, they could see 2-3 inches, and then as you move north and west, those numbers go up.
Oh God, what shall we do?
I know.
Oh, my goodness.
I better make sure all my remote radio equipment works in case I can't make it in here Monday morning.
I've been hearing for a week now about this storm, and we're getting maybe 3 inches in the Lehigh Valley.
Better rush out to your local grocery store and grab bread and toilet paper and milk and fabric softener. You could be trapped for weeks.
They're always wrong, though.
I know.
So that's the concern. What if they're wrong and we get like 12 inches?
Well, this is what happens when you don't get any snow for over 720 days. Everybody starts to panic over 4 inches.
Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one last Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning, hard pass on Haley. The more you are around someone, the more you learn about them, right? In politics, the more you hear and see a politician and the more you read about them, the more you learn about them as well. Over the last 8 months, we have seen and heard a lot from Ron DeSantis, and it became very clear that despite being a policy champion and a very effective governor, in fact, in my opinion, the best governor in America, we've come to realize that he's lacking in some presidential areas. Well, the same applies to Nikki Haley, but for a completely different set of reasons. Now, it is worth noting that she is polling very well. In fact, she has officially surpassed Ron DeSantis in the national GOP polling average. Now, look, it's all for nothing, since we all know it's Trump in a runaway landslide and has been really since day one. But I'll give Nikki her just due before I go on to crush her here and tell you why I'm personally out on Nikki Haley and want nothing to do with her. But according to the 538, for the first time in the 2024 election cycle, Nikki Haley has come in second in the pollsters' average. It also highlights her rise in the polls that has been taking place over the last few months. Haley has been gaining momentum since August with fuel from multiple strong primary debate performances, and DeSantis has held second in the GOP field throughout most of the race, and even at one point in time, if you recall, he was somewhat closely behind former President Trump before all of the indictments started to occur. But he has dropped over the months from about 30% nationally to low double digits. Now, Haley has also taken second place in the Hill's Decision Desk HQ national political average, having held it since mid-December. And she and DeSantis are statistically tied in the Real Clear Politics polling average. Okay, so why am I washing my hands on Nikki Haley? In any way, shape, or form, to be honest. I don't even want Nikki Haley as Trump's VP. Well, there's a variety of reasons. Let's begin with this. We just saw our southern border get bulldozed by illegal migrants in the month of December to the tune of over 302,000 in a single month. But don't tell Nikki Haley that. Talk about poor timing and poor messaging. Here's the former South Carolina governor talking about illegal immigration. Listen and watch.
But let's keep in mind, these people that are wanting to come here, they want to come for a better life too. They have kids too. They have a heart too. So we don't need to be disrespectful. We don't need to talk about them as criminals. They're not. They're families that want a better life, and they're desperate to get here.
Disrespectful? Well, let's talk about disrespectful, shall we, Nikki? Disrespectful is being here in this country, being put up in a $500 a night New York City hotel, tossing the free food you're given in the trash, having all-night alcohol and drug-fueled benders in the hotel room, trashing the hotel room, and having your sexual encounters spill out into the hallways. That is what illegal migrants have been doing after we have sheltered them and given them a nice life in New York high-rises. That is disrespectful. And how do you know who all of these people are, Nikki? You just think that every single one is here for a better life? Some, if not many, certainly are. But what about the cartels? Human traffickers, drug smugglers, fentanyl pouring over the border, killing our children, not to mention terrorists from around the globe with an ambition to enter the country and plenty of ports of entry to enter. And remember, I've said this on the show multiple times, that while she is polling well, she isn't doing well on social media with the Trump base. And it's actually the opposite of Vivek Ramaswamy, if you think about it, who isn't polling well at all, but is a darling to the right and the Trump base on social media. And I've told you for 2 months that MAGA wants no part of Nikki Haley. And here's why. Listen to Vivek Ramaswamy lay it out for you with Tucker Carlson on the latest episode of Tucker Carlson Uncensored. Listen and watch this.
I think what's become clear to me now, I'm in the thick of this GOP primary, is that the real puppet they're trotting out isn't Gavin Newsom. It isn't Michelle Obama. I was wrong about that, actually. I think the true puppet masters, the thing about them is they're fundamentally nonpartisan in nature. There's a few things they care about. Keeping the foreign war machine humming is high on the list. Keeping the administrative state's control of the United States is also high on the list. They found a much more convenient puppet within the Republican Party itself. It's not Gavin, it's not Michelle, it's Nikki, actually. And I think that if you just follow exactly who are the very people who are paying to keep Donald Trump off the ballot, who are funding the lawsuits that keep Trump off the ballot, the Reid Hoffmans of the world funding lawsuits against Trump, the Larry Finks of the world king of the woke industrial complex, CEO of BlackRock. It's just obvious and hiding in plain sight. Who are these people propping up? It's not Biden, and it's not even Gavin Newsom. It's Nikki Haley within the Republican Party itself. And I think that makes for a very convenient frontman, because then they actually have absolved themselves from any allegations of partisanship or Democratic partisanship against Donald Trump. They can say, oh, no, we're not partisans. We're actually bipartisan. Actually, the deep state, and I would say the managerial class more broadly, is fundamentally nonpartisan. They have their core objectives, and Nikki makes for a far better Trojan horse to actually accomplish that objective.
So not Biden, not Gavin, not Michelle, but Nikki Haley. Neutrality, they can claim. See, we don't hate the GOP. Think about it. Who came to Nikki's rescue on the debate stage? That was Chris Christie, the biggest rhino of them all, and who has been given relatively positive coverage on mainstream media besides Chris Christie in the GOP primary. That would be also Nikki Haley. Who loves war? Nikki Haley does. Actually, just like Lindsey Graham. Must be a South Carolina GOP thing down there. And who wanted to squash you on social media this past November? Nikki Haley. Who has been very pro-China? Nikki Haley. And we just played you the clip of her on illegal immigration. The answer, as Vivek lays it out for you, is right in front of your very eyes. Now, it's up to you if you want to believe it or not, but Nikki Haley can be a conservative and a Republican, yet actually be the intended agenda all along. But there's plenty about her that doesn't scream America first. And while she would be better than Joe Biden, make no mistake about it, and when it comes to my personal opinion, I would love to have her over Joe, Nikki is officially a no-no for me when it comes to being Trump's vice president and or winning the Republican primary. Haley, hard pass. I'm out. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 is the phone number, 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT, or, of course, be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons today. Coming up next, we'll get some thoughts and reactions to that, as well as another batch of documents with Jeffrey Epstein gets released last night, and other A-list celebrities that have been brought up in the Epstein saga. We'll get to that as we continue. 6 o'clock hour this morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed, and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
It's the New Year's Mega Sale at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop in the unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling.
I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
It's 3rd and long. You need a big play to get you out of a jam. Time to call an audible, and that's Cozy Jewelers. Cozy's isn't an ordinary jeweler. They have the right play to get you out of any situation. With over a century of combined experience, Cozy's can create beautiful one-of-a-kind heirlooms designed to stay in your family for generations. Before you go anywhere else, experience handcrafted custom jewelry from local specialists in Newtown Square with the 5 C's of diamonds: cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Your go-to play is CozyJewelers.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Resolve to take care of your car this year and schedule an appointment for your car at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make, no matter the model. Get your new year in gear by taking your car to your locally owned United Tire. You can visit them at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Anthony, Phil, good to have you in. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet at 7:45 this morning. We will also get into day number 2 of the Jeffrey Epstein documents fallout. Also, tragedy in Iowa yesterday, so a lot on the docket this morning. But I do want to get thoughts on what we just laid out for the big take with Nikki Haley. I thought Vivek Ramaswamy, and I understand that he has had an axe to grind with Nikki Haley from day one. They've had a rivalry within the Republican primary debates for sure. But I do find it very interesting because as annoying as Vivek can be at times, he does make a lot of really, really good points. And sometimes they're super deep and your head's ready to explode. But there's other times where he lays it out very simplistically. And when you start talking about what he said in the big take of that clip that we played for you when he was on with Tucker Carlson, I mean, we've known some of these things about Nikki Haley, and some of which maybe we did not know. But apparently she's a darling of Larry Fink from BlackRock. We know she loves war She's
doesn't love war.
I think
Stop.
she definitely loves war.
It's like-
She's got the Lindsey Graham, George Bush feel. You know what it is, and maybe I'm wrong here. And if you disagree, that's great. We can have some conversation about this. She reminds me of a lot of like a Bush type Republican, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'll take that over Joe Biden 10 out of 10 times. But the more I hear her and the more I read about her, and I like to listen to other people that are pretty intelligent and their opinions. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm out on Nikki Haley. Now I see why MAGA wants nothing to do with her. I'm not saying that she's anti-America, but I don't know that she's America first. We played you that clip on the illegal immigration. Well, don't be disrespectful. These are human beings as well. I'm not being disrespectful. But I care more about Americans than I do about other people trying to enter this country the wrong way. If that makes me a bad person, then so be it.
I think that message, even though I don't agree with what she said, I think it resonates with the Dawn Stensons of the world.
Do you?
I do. Maybe not. I'm not calling you out, Dawn, but I'm just saying that the suburban mom, I think that is a message that resonates with them, to be honest with you. I could be wrong.
In regards to what? As far as taking care of other people and making sure that people come into this country?
The compassionate conservative
okay.
approach. For all of the, all the suburban moms who claim to be Christians.
Stalker, you're needling. He's needling, Dawn. Get in there. He's needling.
Yeah.
Am
This is Greg.
Am I being out of line on Nikki?
Greg just, he's recovering from the flu, so
Yeah.
he just wants to wind me up, so that he can sit back and sip his coffee.
Guys, Greg won't be in. Greg won't be in Monday because Dawn punched him right in the eye socket.
Never. I love Greg.
So, are you buying what Vivek is selling as far as the powers that be propping up Nikki as the Trojan horse? Because we know they don't want Joe. Nobody wants Joe. I mean, their own party doesn't want Joe. The only way Joe wins re-election, if he is the nominee, is simply because it's a vote against Trump, much like 2020. But they're not propping up Gavin. Think about this. Sean Hannity's propped up Gavin Newsom more than the powers that be on the left, if you think about it, with all the platforms he's been given on Fox News. So is Vivek onto something here with Nikki Haley kind of being... I don't even know what the right phrase. I don't want to call her a rhino because she's not. She's definitely a rock solid conservative for the most part. But is it pause for concern with Nikki Haley when you hear this type of stuff?
No.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm not. Look, Democrats are going to vote D. Republicans are going to vote R for the most part, depending on the independents.
I would still vote for Nikki if she was the nominee. I'm not saying I would ever not vote for Nikki Haley.
So you're not out on Nikki Haley.
I'm out.
The whole premise of the big take is I'm out on Nikki Haley. Well, if she's the nominee, I'll vote for her.
Well, if it's her against Biden, yeah, give me anybody other than Joe Biden, for God's sakes.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't want her as Trump's VP. Not saying that Trump would maybe even really consider her. I don't even know that that's a possibility. But it's just there's so many things about Nikki Haley where I'm like I said, the more you hear from people and the more you read and the more you learn, now I understand. And I know you're going to probably lose your mind because it's social media. The more I see the Trump base on social media that really says they want nothing to do with Nikki Haley, the more I get it. If it's about the America First movement, if it's about MAGA, I don't think there's much MAGA about Nikki Haley. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah. So think about Joe Biden coming a day early because of an inch of snow. It's embarrassing.
Not a joke.
What if George? This is the question. Trump should go to Valley Forge tomorrow and say, "What if George Washington had just avoided the revolution because of about an inch of snow?"
Yep.
But I think for Nikki Haley, the honest to goodness truth is that what do they have to run on? I mean, we have this jobs report coming out today. We're all coping with this Bidenomics, this crazy, horrible economy and everything that's going on with Biden. And so we know that suburban women, or maybe just all women, were in America, many women were triggered by this whole abortion issue. Mm-hmm. And that was a trigger issue. Trump is a trigger issue. MAGA, January 6th, all these threats to democracy. So what do they have if Nikki Haley is indeed the nominee? She's answered well for a broader audience. Right, like right now she's having trouble right? With a more, you're more conservative
Right.
when you're the candidate, but then you have to go more mainstream when you're the overall candidate. So when she's a mainstream candidate as a woman of ethnicity, then she's the mainstream candidate, and she has some pretty good answers on abortion, and she doesn't seem like she's drastic, in air quotes, like a Ron DeSantis, as he's being called by the left.
Yeah.
So now what do they have? Is she MAGA? Is she a threat to democracy? You see what I'm saying? So all they can say about her is, oh, she's a warmonger, I guess, although where's the evidence on that? And so I think that in truth, if you believe the polls, Nikki Haley would be a slam dunk against Biden in a mainstream election.
Well, I think the thing that people hold against her when it comes to being like a warmonger was her answers on the first set of debates when we got to the topic of Russia, Ukraine, where she was, and I'm paraphrasing here, she basically had said, we need to stay over there and keep funneling money and, funding this war for as long as it takes. Whereas I think there are many conservatives that are now, which is really odd because the Republicans, by and large, are the party that are anti-war these days. And she sounded like she was somebody that was all in on doing whatever she could do or whatever America can do for Zelensky to make sure that this doesn't, end poorly with the war against Russia and Putin. So I think they have that working against her. But I'll give her, here's a little bit of credit. If you think about it, what does the left love to do? They love to play identity politics. So if you attack Nikki Haley from the left, doesn't that conveniently open up we can play this game as well for the Republicans, where they say, oh, you're attacking a female. You're attacking a minority female, so to speak. So there's all sorts of different things out there. But I just thought that was interesting with Vivek because I never looked at it from that standpoint of, when you're all of a sudden being backed by guys like Larry Fink from BlackRock and Vanguard and stuff like that. And we gave you the big take yesterday on those companies that control a lot of the messaging and the power. So if you guys want to jump in, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210.
Yeah, I think that the best talking point for Vivek is when he goes through and talks about where did she make all of her money? How did she make all of her money?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that what he's alluding to, and I'm not saying there's anything nefarious. I'm not saying she did anything illegal, but I think that what he's alluding to is that, hey, she's just part of the swamp.
Yeah. Yep. Very true. Very true. So if you guys have thoughts, you can chime in. All right, so let's get to Jeffrey Epstein. Day number 2. We had another batch of documents that got released last night. I would not say from a celebrity high-profile status that last night was riveting by any stretch. And as Greg said earlier in the show, you got to remember there's 3 different things. You have all of this, testimony and these documents that are being unsealed from the Maxwell lawsuit. You, of course, have flight logs. And then, of course, we still don't know anything really specifically because nobody has released anything from the, quote, black book. But a second batch of files was made public yesterday and uploaded apparently 40 different redacted documents. Documents unsealed include more mentions of former President Bill Clinton, who is, quote, not accused of wrongdoing. I'm reading this from Fox News directly. That's not my words. British Prince Andrew, who was accused of wrongdoing, and a lengthy collection of emails to and from Jeffrey and more. Also, a lot of celebrities and Hollywood A-listers that have their name linked to these court documents, one of which was Stephen Hawking. I believe there's like a video circulating of Stephen Hawking, which you take that for what it's worth.
He was allegedly involved in like orgies or something.
Wild sex parties, and I mean,
how is that possible?
He died of ALS Lou Gehrig's.
Yeah.
Right.
He survived with Lou Gehrig's for decades, which is unheard of.
Yeah. I think the videos of him are in the wheelchair, correct?
Yeah, that's my point. My mom died of that.
Yeah.
You become essentially a paraplegic.
Right.
So I don't and he had to speak through that special analyzer.
Yeah.
So I don't really understand that. And that one, I'm going to say this disturbed me a little bit because first of all, he is deceased. He can't speak for him, defend himself.
Yeah.
Second of all, I don't know what happened here, but he was a completely disabled person. He couldn't move his arms or his legs.
Right.
So
it's hard to kind of think about the logistics, right?
well, and that's
I'm
a
going to
mercy
hell.
situation. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
That one was just disturbing.
The other names, and we heard, we had Bill Clinton, we had Michael Jackson. We gave you the other names, 2 days ago. The new names that are out there that we did not mention yesterday are Leonardo DiCaprio, Bruce Willis, who's also going through, he has dementia now, I believe.
Yeah.
But it's really sad. I saw pictures of him around the holidays with his family. Bruce Willis, Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Blanchett, Cameron Diaz, and then also Kevin Spacey named in these documents, although none of these people accused of, quote, any wrongdoing, which has been pretty much the phrase everybody has used to avoid, any accusations.
So all we know is that this guy has a really wide orbit of really famous, really powerful people, men and women.
Yep.
And we don't really know anything because this is just, some people have flown on his plane. Donald Trump did.
Right.
So what are
RFK.
RFK did. So what are we to make of flight logs and guilt by association for maybe doing business with them, and the really, really, really sick, I almost cursed there, sick stuff that some of these people engaged in with underage girls.
Right, and that's the part that's getting buried is the minors, the victims.
There's a huge difference here. You know what I mean? Like that's why when Aaron Rodgers said that about Jimmy Kimmel, is that you can't just throw his name in with Jeffrey Epstein, because people say all the time that it's, if you're associated with him, they think it's because of the underage sex stuff.
Right.
And we're realizing that a lot of these people were just associates with him, maybe flew on his plane, but really didn't, go to the island or have partake as far as we know.
That's what I think so many people on the left were hoping for with Trump. Oh, was Trump involved with minors? Did he go to the island?
I agree. But to be fair, Bill Clinton has not been charged of anything either, or accused of anything either.
Well, but keep in mind, now you take it for what it's worth, but I think with everything we've heard, when you hear Clinton in the court documents, I believe it was Epstein himself that said Clinton likes them young.
Okay, great.
I don't think you need to be a rocket scientist to put 2 and 2 together there.
To be fair though, because I'm hearing a lot of the left, all they want to talk about is Donald Trump and his association with Epstein. And the right, all they want to talk about is Bill Clinton and his association with Epstein. True. Donald Trump, in a Vanity Fair interview in 2003 or something, also said that Jeffrey Epstein likes his girls young. So we can't just take that because
wait. That was 2003, Greg.
Okay.
It was 20 years ago, and that was before. What's the important line here is when the Miami allegations came out, and then Epstein in that bizarre, unheard of plea deal didn't have to go to jail, even though it was basically a human trafficking type charge involving minors, involving young girls.
So when did they say this about? When did they say this about Bill Clinton? Look, I'm not excusing Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's a creep. But all I'm saying is that we can't just sit here and throw in Bill Clinton when he hasn't really been accused of anything because of that underage, he likes them young. We're looking at this in a lens of 2024.
Right.
Nobody knew. Liking them young means, maybe he likes them 19, 20. It can still be of age.
Right now, the only one, unless I've missed anything in these documents, the only one that's truly nailed to a T has been Britain's Prince Andrew. Correct?
He's in the picture.
Right.
With her.
Right.
But just real quick to tighten this up, to me, anybody in the documents after Epstein had been charged, pleaded guilty, and they knew that this guy was, in fact, he pleaded guilty to charges involving underage girls. To me, that's significant. So what was that, 2008-ish? So after that plea deal that he struck, which my question is, what does Bill Barr know? Did Bill Barr have the black book? What do authorities know? What does the U.S. attorney know?
Well, keep in
Remember
mind
that was Trump's U.S. attorney candidate who cut that deal, and that's why he didn't get it, because this was a question remember this during the Trump administration. So I know we've talked about it in the past, but my point is, after this guy, he's a creepoid. By all accounts, everybody surrounding Trump in Trump's circle, Trump was warning people, don't talk to that guy, don't attend a party and get a picture with that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Trump was tipped off after the Florida because he has Mar-a-Lago.
Yep.
So he's talking to some of those high-level officials who are like, oh boy, this guy's a freak. And remember, the police, the law enforcement, who Trump was very friendly with, the law enforcement community was furious over that high-level deal that was cut.
Well, he was given a no prosecution agreement from the first arrest, and then they arrest him again in 2019. And remember, that was a federal deal. So it makes you wonder how they can arrest. And I'm not. This is going to sound like I'm defending Epstein, but I'm not. You get that no plea, that no prosecution deal. Then he comes back from that flight from Paris in 2019, gets arrested. I encourage everybody to go back. I texted you guys this last night. Tucker Carlson interviews Epstein's brother in the newest episode, and it's like 25 minutes long. And they talk about all the events that led up to it, as well as his, quote, suicide in prison. There's a lot of stuff that just doesn't add up here.
I watched the entire thing, and I have a clip from
Cut sheet
where they discuss about Bill Barr's involvement of kind of sweeping this under the rug.
Yeah,
but his first arrest dates back to 2005, and that's what I'm talking about. So the Vanity Fair where he goes, oh, he's a great guy, and this and that and the other, because he knew him from Manhattan and parties and whatever. But after that 2005, and then it led up, I think 2008, and he got the plea deal. After that, Trump, they many people cut off ties. And I'm just saying there's it's like BC and AD. So in other words, after that whole situation happened, who still went to the island? Who still imbibed? You know what I'm saying? Because you can no longer just say, oh, I didn't know. I thought he was a billionaire investor.
Right.
Well, Bill Clinton it was from the 90s, wasn't it?
I think Clinton was
93.
Yeah, and that would be right around the time he got into office. So,
to your point about Bill Clinton, in other words, did Bill Clinton, who went to the island, let's say after 2010? Let's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who went between 2010 and 2019 when these shenanigans were? Who went to the island? That to me is more significant than throwing in all these big names. To your point about Bill Clinton, that were there in the 90s or pre the first arrest.
Yep. There's so many things that don't add up. Definitely check out that video. It's on Tucker Carlson's Twitter page. There's all sorts of good stuff about, Epstein being on that tier in prison and how there was 7 to 14 other inmates and the different angles as to who could have went in and killed him possibly, and how they go back and look at the old 60 Minutes video of the autopsy expert who said he's never seen a neck snap in 3 different positions based on a self-hanging. So there's one of the theories is that, Epstein was basically connected with the CIA to get dirt on all of these high-level individuals, and then he ends up dead. So if you're into that type of stuff, very fascinating, and we'll have some more of it on the cut sheet. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Tragedy strikes in Iowa with another school shooting. The details on the way. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The NFL regular season is wrapping up. There's still a time. There's still a chance to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. I love the FanDuel app. It's so easy to use. There's so many different ways to bet. You can do live same-game parlays, which is amazing. Find bets in the new Explore tab. Make a parlay in the Parlay Hub, the best way to find popular parlays and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now and make your first bet a touchdown. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over. President PA. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms on sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only. At participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
It's exciting times once more in the city of brotherly love, and the Bush Auto Group is joining in on the action. With 2 Nissan dealerships in Exton and Limerick and an Infiniti dealership in Westchester, we have over 600 new and pre-owned vehicles waiting for your selection. And every single one of those vehicles comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to tackle the cost of vehicle ownership. A place so unstoppable they want to ban it, but they can't. So push that tush over to bushautogroup.com today, and remember, Philly rides with us.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news on the USBC network. The speed of digital networks continues to increase across the nation and throughout the world. The good news is while the standard speed is now 5G in America, developers are now working to launch 6G at even faster speeds. This means for communities that are still struggling to attain broadband access should now also be given more and not less access.
Is your phone plan messing with your savings plan? Don't get stuck paying for things you don't want. With Verizon, you only pay for what you need. And for a limited time, when you bring your own phones to a Verizon store, you'll get an amazing price on your plan. Plus, you'll save on things you actually love, like the Netflix and Max with Ads bundle. And it's on our award-winning 5G network. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today for an incredible deal. A better plan to save is Verizon. Additional terms and conditions apply.
That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
.654, busy morning, Kayal and Company on a Friday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Under an hour till we get to the cut sheet. That's coming up 7:45 this morning. Also still ahead, more trouble for Joe Biden as he is now losing young women in the polls. We'll get to that. Also, Gavin Newsom and Phil Murphy with something in common. That's coming up in the 7 o'clock hour as well. And we'll get to the Iowa shooting on the other side. But let's give something away right now. We've been giving away Major League Wrestling tickets all week long 3 pairs each and every morning. We'll have another pair coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, and then also for our morning mystery movie clip prize at 9:20. But if you are caller 12 right now at 855-839-1210, you will get a pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday. That's tomorrow, January 6th, at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. For more info and tickets, visit MLW2300.com. Coming up next, we'll get to the news, round number 2 with Dawn, and then an LGBTQ school shooter in Iowa. Are we surprised that we found out the identity of the shooter so quickly? We'll delve into that. Hour 2 next on Kayal and Company.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
PNC Bank is committed to making a difference in the lives of customers and communities they serve by helping them move forward financially. As a Main Street bank, PNC is always working to make it easier for people to achieve their goals and plan for the future, whether that's through innovative digital solutions or in person. PNC is proud to be a part of the Delaware Valley community. PNC Bank. See how PNC can make a difference for you at pnc.com/tech.
PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Feel like everything is clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit BradfordWhite.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
How about a trip to sunny Clearwater, Florida? Sunshine, baseball, music, and comedy. Book your trip now to Clearwater with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at JoeConklin.com.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Straight up 7 o'clock. Friday morning, hour 2 underway here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Don Stenzel, and Greg Stocker as we head till 10 o'clock this morning. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45. Good stuff so far on the Nikki Haley front as well as the Jeffrey Epstein documents that were released. Second batch coming out last night. We'll get to Iowa here in a couple of minutes. And also what's going on with New Jersey and California, something in common that we'll have a conversation about. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. We had tragedy in the first hour. Let's find out what else is going on. For that, we give you the great Dawn Stensland.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning. This is Kayal & Company News Live on this Friday, January the 5th. We know that from Philadelphia police, they're investigating a double shooting that happened in Olney. Teenager hurt after that double shooting. And the shooting happened, by the way, just after 7:30 at night. One of the victims, a man in his early 20s, shot once in the neck, according to police. The other victim, a 15-year-old boy, shot in his shoulder and his leg as well. Both of those victims taken to a nearby hospital, listed in stable condition this morning. We have no arrests, no weapons found at the scene, and we don't have any word as to the motive. Was this gang drug related? Were these intended victims? We don't have any further information on that one. So that's one of the latest shootings happening in Philadelphia. And then, of course, this horrible story, which the video has gone viral. We talked about it in the 6 a.m. news, but just a horrible video and a horrible sight for SEPTA commuters in the early part of the commute last night on a SEPTA platform, where a man was shoved. There was a scuffle. The man was shoved off of that train platform, pushed to his death.
We're showing the video right now on YouTube.
Yes.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Good job, boys. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Yeah, the videos. We didn't put the sound in because it's.
Yeah.
You should put the sound in. Go ahead and put it in.
Okay.
Put the sound in.
It's.
I mean, the sound is relevant because you hear them. One says, "Give me my money back." There's the two men are scuffling, and you see the one man shove the other man just as the approaching train comes and runs him over. The crowd of people who are presumably, think of school children, think of business people. They're waiting on the platform, and you hear the screams of horror. Of people, maybe 12, 20 feet away witnessing this happening.
I know it's always easy to, Monday morning quarterback this and armchair quarterback it and watch it and say what you would have done in that moment. But it looks like the guy that ultimately tragically loses his life, and I'm not defending, the guy that died by any stretch, he's got his hand up on the killer's chest with the shirt. And if you look at it, he's got to be no more than 3 or 4 feet from the edge of the platform.
Yeah.
I get it. It's easy to sit here and say it now after the fact, but it's like, man, you got to stay away from those edges. I'm just watching, he takes one step back, he gets hit, he falls off, he's dead. It's like, you can't put yourself in that situation, right? And again, I'm not defending the guy by any stretch, but And I don't know how far over to the right, how much more room he would have, or if there's benches there. I don't know because I've never been down there, so I don't know the setup and the dynamic of the layout. But it's just, I mean, one punch, he backpedals, slips, and then boom, he's gone. It's awful.
I just think for anybody, if you were on that platform, and you think to yourself, wow, what if that guy shoved me off the side?
Yeah.
And so and that has happened, and we saw that one in New York on the subway. So to me, I think this is just
who's the person filming this, by the way, and why
random.
Okay.
Well, I think the person is because people feel like sometimes they feel helpless.
Well, they are,
and so they feel like they want to capture what's happening. And so on this one, it just so happened.
What
they're fighting.
What have we seen in New York City? Mm-hmm. Remember the subway guy, the former Marine that choked out that guy? If you intervene and go after the criminal, you're the one who goes to jail.
Krasner's going to go after you.
Correct.
And
that's the culture we have created with this lawless, destruction of our criminal justice system.
And by the way, if you went in as a good Samaritan and even tried to break that up, because if you take if you're a commuter every single day, according to Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti and others on social media, these two guys, they're here. I mean, you see them every day. They sleep on the train. They kind of live on the trains. They appear to be homeless individuals. That's according to all the witnesses.
My issue is with the filming is that the person who's filming, just you can see Phil, if you can go back, you can see, I guess it's her, I'm not sure, but you can see the leg just kind of sit there, and it's just there doesn't seem to be any sort of reaction to the fact that this person just got run over.
That's because we've become
by a subway train,
immune to it.
Well, I think they're shocked too. It is.
Are they though? Because
people are. You hear the. People are screaming.
Yeah.
Oh my God! People are. That was the audio that I was referencing, by the way, not the audio of the guy being crushed to death.
Yeah.
Right. It's awful.
Yeah, it is.
But the reaction, people are screeching and horrified.
Yeah.
No? You don't think they are?
I just feel like we've become numb to this stuff.
I do think there is some numbness to this.
Yeah.
I mean, every day we see in these cities these fights, and the first reaction is to pull out your phone and film it.
Yep.
That's.
I agree.
And I think it's in part because of the criminal justice system, and it's also because you see it more and more frequently. So you're like, well, I'm not going to intervene, and I'm used to this, so maybe I can post this on my TikTok, and I'll get 2 million views.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying that I would have done anything different because I'm a giant coward at heart.
Same here.
But I don't know. I just feel like we kind of just look at this stuff and be like, okay, the guy got crushed by a subway train.
But the truth is, if that person had not captured that video, would we be talking about it? And all the media is.
Yeah.
So it's recording what happened there.
Yeah.
Which forces everybody to look at it, and will probably force now, because people are talking. Commuters are complaining, and they're on there every day.
Well, and let's talk about what we just discussed yesterday on the show with Sherelle Parker. She's going to be tough on crime, state of emergency in the city. Well, how about you clean up your subways as well? Because we've seen that mayors in big blue cities, when they want to clean things up, they can, right? Super Bowl in Los Angeles a few years ago, L.A. cleaned everything up. Garcetti wiped out all the trash. San Francisco in the Bay Area, Xi comes over, they sanitize everything. Yep. Sherelle Parker, why don't you get down there and just gut that entire SEPTA system and clean it up and get the trash off of the street?
Well, nobody has dealt with the SEPTA crime, and that's why Pennsylvania Republicans created, and I know we talked about this before Christmas break, but in other words, that's why Pennsylvania Republicans basically, castigated Krasner in the sense that they want to have a special prosecutor now in position to try to prosecute and deal with some of these crimes. Mm-hmm. And of course, the talking point in the local media and the talking point of Krasner and all of it and his supporters was, they're trying to usurp the power of an elected official here in Philadelphia. It's racist. Was one of the things. No, the legislature in Pennsylvania is trying to deal with exactly what you just stated, Nick. But if you were to just watch the media, you would think, oh well, gee, that's terrible. Those Pennsylvania lawmakers who aren't even from here, why are they trying to take power from Krasner? You know why? Because of what happened last night.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
So it's I'm actually thankful to people who record this stuff and put it out there because we wouldn't even know about it.
I know.
By the way, I would just want to give you a heads up. There was this crash that had shut down I-95 for hours this morning, causing a horrible morning commute for so many of you. So this happened early this morning, I-95 between exit 4, and that meant the Commodore Barry Bridge, you couldn't access it. This huge delay. They've just reopened within, I think, like the last 10 minutes or so. They've reopened I-95. I don't know the backups. I usually don't give traffic, but I just thought I would mention they're just saying that it has just reopened.
Okay.
We also have Joe Biden, heads up. Joe Biden will travel he's going to be at Montgomery County Community. He's going to community college.
So he's actually going to be at Monco Community College?
That's MCC, yeah.
Okay. My whole neighborhood's just been destroyed. Thanks a lot, Joe.
Yep.
I was looking forward to my weekend and my Friday. Now I'm going to have to just rush. I guess I'm assuming, because I get out of here at 9:55. I'm on the 676 by 10:02. I'm assuming that my whole trip home is just going to be an unmitigated disaster.
Poor guy.
I'm going to have to listen to. You know what I'm going to do? I might just stick around for the Dawn Show and the Dom Show. It might be easier for me to go home at 3:00 today.
That's why they've had to cancel schools, and a lot of people for example, the Wissahickon Valley School District. A lot of these parents are scrambling to find childcare because this was a last minute change because of the 1 inch of snow that's happening tomorrow and some rain.
Yeah.
So they were supposed to do this tomorrow, of course, on January 6th on the high holiday.
Yeah, the national holiday.
Yeah.
Never forget J6.
So they quickly reverted it, switched it around to today. Wissahickon Valley School District saying schools are getting out at 11 a.m.
Okay.
So they can get all the kiddies home. So I presume that if they're letting them out at 11, the buses can get the kids home by noon.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to be okay as long as you're home by noon.
I'm just thinking, if you live or if you've ever been in that area in Montgomery County and Bluebell, that intersection with DeKalb Pike, Skipback Pike.
Yep.
Like it's like 4 pikes. You got Germantown Pike, Butler Pike, DeKalb, and Skipback. That area is a madhouse during rush hour and during school let-out hours. I can't imagine what it's going to be like if you head up DeKalb Pike towards Montgomery County Community College. It's going to be grit. It's just going to be, it might be a 2-mile backup. I'm preparing myself. You know what? A dry January could end today for me. I might have to stop off at the liquor store if it gets it gets crazy.
No, the thing is that it'll be shut down. So that's the bottom line. It's just they shut it down. The motorcade has to go through.
I'm gonna have to borrow the Odyssey helicopter to get home.
Ooh, we have a chopper.
Yeah, see if Yageroff will let me borrow it.
Greg laughed. Other news of the day, by the way, TGI Fridays shutters. I know many restaurants across our region, dozens throughout the United States, but the Philadelphia region, surrounding suburbs, New Jersey. Tough economy, I guess, for TGI Fridays, shuttering restaurants across New Jersey, Pennsylvania.
What, you see what happens when Allen Iverson retires? TGI Fridays goes out of business.
And I know you're going to talk about this as far as New Jersey in that one of those U-Haul studies.
Yeah.
New Jersey making big news and big headlines as more people are moving out of New Jersey. Weekend storm. One of the headlines for this storm, by the way, is, we're going to get up to 10 inches of snow. But the deal is we in Philadelphia are not getting 10 inches of snow. So here's what I'll say today. 40 degrees, bright sunny skies. Tomorrow the high's 40. Sunday the high's 39. And then next week we're into the 50s, by the way. So the deal is, when does this thing hit? And then you look at that line. So the suburbs, as far as, let's say, Bucks County, Chester County, parts of Bucks, parts of Chester, northwest parts of Montgomery, could see 3 inches, they're saying. But then look at the line as you move out. If you look at one of those maps, in other words, then it moves to Lehigh County, 9-10 inches. So if they're wrong and it just moves over a little bit to the right, we could get walloped.
Oh boy.
So I'll just put that out there.
Okay.
And then my question is, and I still don't have the answer to it, what does this mean for our Eagles playing the Giants? We're not at home, obviously.
It means nothing. It means that they might play in snow and they may play in rain. They might play. It doesn't matter.
So they're going to play in some precipitation.
It means nothing because their season's over. Okay.
I know.
The Giants season, yes, is over.
Yes, and the Eagles season will last for one more week after this.
You're unbelievable.
I'm out. It's like Nikki Haley and the Eagles. I'm done with both of them. I'm on to the Sixers.
I cannot believe.
Trust the process.
I cannot believe you're saying that.
I'm out.
That is unbelievable to me.
Look, what I told you, when I'm out on somebody, I let you know. And sometimes I'm a little bit late to the party, but better late than never. They're a fraudulent 11-5 team, Greg.
You're so far off the mark on this, buddy.
Fraudulent.
You are. You know sports better than I do.
It's not about that. It's just my gut feeling.
It's redemption weekend for our Philadelphia. So what is it? We have to win. Cowboys have to lose to the Commanders.
Yeah, something like that. It's 49ers. Stalkers 49ers are the team to beat.
Stalkers 49ers.
They might be my 49ers now.
You bet them last time. Remember?
Yeah, I might ride with Brock Purdy for the rest of the year. Make some money.
But Eagles are going to win. Cowboys are going to lose, and then we win. We'd win the division.
There you go.
And then what?
And then we've kept hope alive.
Yeah. And then we host a playoff game, and then get beat by San Francisco. The end of the road is near.
Would you stop with your
just
doom and gloom?
Yeah,
just stop.
This is ridiculous.
All right, well,
it's ridiculous. How dare you?
It's a shame I'm not down the hall. I'd be ranting and raving about that for 4 hours right now.
So it's
over.
It's by the way, it's MetLife Stadium, 4:25 p.m. Sunday, and it'll be on CBS 3.
Yeah.
So the worst thing that could happen though is if this storm somehow knocks out power. Then what do we do?
Well, you just listen to Merrill and Mike on the radio.
Well, that's true. Which is why I keep AM radio alive.
Damn right.
It'll be somewhere on AM radio.
Ted Cruz and Ed Markey fighting the good fight.
All right, we have to break.
Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, 7:16. Thank you very much, Dawn. Coming up next, we have to get to this Iowa school shooter yesterday. This was a very, very big story. And then also New Jersey, California, U-Hauls, mass exoduses. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-591-6324. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-591-6324. That's 800-591-6324. Again, 800-591-6324.
Increase your spending power in the new year with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including gas, groceries, restaurants, shopping, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous winter promotions.
The violin, the trumpet, the drums. Quality instruments, but when playing on their own without orchestration, sound chaotic. Only when the maestro blends those instruments with a musical score do they become a symphony that outperforms any of those instruments on their own. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system blends safe financial instruments with your goals as the score to create full orchestration that plays the melody you've always dreamed of in retirement.
I have a stable rhythm going on in my life right now. The crash-proof retirement system. I play my guitar with rhythm. I play drums also. Rhythm is very important to me. We're all trying to do our theme song for our life. I would say the crash-proof retirement system has been instrumental in helping me find that song of my life.
Register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on January 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me, so I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife. I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like the white-winged dove sings a song, sounds like she's singing.
7:23, it is Kayal and Company. What's on the cut sheet? Coming up in just about 22 minutes. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Sadly, yesterday, another awful school shooting, this one occurring in Iowa. And this is not about, peddling fear, because we have certainly talked about these school shootings in the past and how rare they are. So this is not one of these stories where it's like, oh my God, they're happening every single day. And we've kind of debunked that with all the statistics in the past. But this is another tragedy yesterday as Perry High School shooter, and I'll only say the name one time just because it is the first time we are talking about this. And one of my quote-unquote rules of thumb is that I don't like to glorify these shooters, give them any attention. So we'll mention it one time, and then we'll talk about kind of the underlying themes here. But Dylan Butler, who was a senior at Perry High School, kills a sixth grader and injures 4 other students and the principal before turning the gun on himself and leaving behind an explosive device. This is from the Daily Mail. Dylan Butler, senior at Perry High School, was named as the gunman. One of the 5 people that were injured was the school's principal. His name is Dan Marburger, who was ultimately rushed to the hospital and is currently, as of 6:42 last night, in surgery for gunshot wounds. Butler killed a 6th grader during his rampage at the Iowa school on Thursday. And I was very surprised that not only did they identify the shooter so quickly, but they were able to show basically his whole social media presence. And this individual is a part of the LGBTQ community. Apparently, he self-identified as gender fluid, for whatever that's worth and whatever that means. I do want to play you the TikTok video. There's a little bit of audio with this, but you will also see it's about a 25-second video, and this was the shooter, and we can have a little bit of a conversation on this. This was Dylan Butler's TikTok video, which I think highlights multiple mental health issues. Take a listen and watch this.
Why are you wearing a girl's purse?
It's a Louis Vuitton backpack and it's unisex. Question, does the devil wear...
Why are you wearing...
Got some like Planet of the Apes facial change mutation in this TikTok video. All sorts of random searches that he's like video recording on his phone. His TikTok feed clearly showed that this guy had a lot of issues. I have said for a long time that if you have the thought, much less the urge or follow through with the actions of a mass shooting, you have mental health issues to me. And we don't need to get into it for a 27,000th time, but I think this is a mental health issue. I don't think this is a gun access issue, because I think responsible, non-mentally ill individuals that have access to firearms don't do things like this. But this guy was also, and I'll just categorize it as a member of the LGBTQ community. So, Dawn and Greg, I'm a little surprised that we found out the identity, because if you recall, the Nashville school shooter, Audrey Hale, we waited months and months and months to find out, the manifesto and things like that. Yet here in this situation, the details were released. So my only question is, because this is a community that the mainstream media and the left loves to protect and always says they are the ones under attack, how quickly does this story disappear from the mainstream media, if in fact mainstream media has covered it at all? I saw it on Fox. I saw it on Daily Mail. I have no idea what lengths to which CNN or MSNBC or the mainstream outlets have covered this, but my guess is this story disappears from mainstream media probably by the end of the weekend, would be my guess.
Yeah, and, the White House, of course, the usual, the KJP, Karine Jean-Pierre, saying we have to do something. We can't allow these tragedies continue. And blaming, along with other Democrats and leaders and the mainstream media, talking about the epidemic of gun violence.
Yeah.
The problem is the guns.
The problem is always the guns. It's never the mental health that leads you to do things like this. The other thing that's frustrating about it is when it's somebody that the left loves to highlight as a true threat to society in the world that we live in media slants and coverage. It's an angry white guy. Well, from what I gather, from what I can see on TikTok, Dylan Butler, and I said his name again, my fault, but this individual was a white man, even though he said he was gender fluid. I would say that this individual, as a white man, obviously had anger issues. So if we're going to be fair about it, then let's start saying just because this person was a part of the LGBTQ community, this person was also, excuse me, the post-nasal drip again. This individual was clearly an angry, deranged, mentally disturbed white person. So you can't pick and choose selectively when you want to apply it to one community and then say it's a gun issue when it happens for the same demographic because this was a white man. So,
and brought a pump-action shotgun as well as a handgun to school.
Right, which is illegal for a 17-year-old to have in Iowa.
So, it's a smaller town. It's about 40 minutes outside Des Moines. I know that the Vivek Ramaswamy was supposed to be in Perry, and instead, this was happening during my show yesterday, that we were learning more about it. And they had a live news conference because it happened 7:30 in the morning. So this kid came to school early, and obviously knew that his target seems to be the school official. So that appears to be the intended target. By the way, at least one of those other 5 victims who survived is in critical condition this morning.
Okay.
But I will say, this had to be planned. This person came to school because I think school starts at 8.
Yeah.
And this kid got there at 7:30 in the morning.
By the way, when are we going to start having a conversation about psychotropic drugs? That's all I'm saying. These antidepressants that every freaking kid is on.
Yeah.
And how big pharma and doctors over-prescribe kids because over-medicate and the side effects that they have. I want to have that conversation.
Was this individual?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I didn't know if that was maybe in the story.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I have no idea anything about this kid. All I'm saying is that we over-medicate our children because we don't want to deal with them, or we think that they have mental issues or whatever, and we don't know what the side effects of a lot of these drugs are.
Yeah.
And I think if you actually do some research and look and go back and see some of the, the people who perpetrated these horrific acts, a lot of them are mentally ill and were probably on some of these psychotropic drugs.
There's usually a lot of warning signs. Specifically with this individual, they say in this story that in December, just weeks before the shooting, Butler posted another video on the same social media account of him sitting on a children's playground equipment with a friend pretending to be in a gunfight using sticks. Now, I don't know if that means necessarily a red flag that you're actually going to shoot up a school because you're in a pretend gunfight. But then again, at 17 years old, I don't know many 17-year-olds that are using sticks in a pretend gunfight. I mean, that's something I would think that a 7-year-old does. But whether or not that's a red flag, that's up for everybody else to debate and discuss.
All I'm saying is that take 2 stories, and you're going to all laugh at me for linking them together, but I think it really shows our society, is that you had a story about that airplane that caught fire in, was it Japan?
Yeah, Tokyo.
379 people on board. Every single one of them got out, and you saw that plane, it was engulfed, and everybody commented on how orderly that everybody kind of stayed in their seats, stayed calm, got up, and that would have never happened in the United States.
Oh, no shot.
And you see, I don't know if it's a culture thing or what, but you see that, and then you see our kids that run around who we can't control them, so just dope them up. Just keep doping them up.
Yeah, the panic and hysteria.
And you look at the difference there, and it really is a cultural difference between the way we raise our kids here in America.
It's different temperaments.
Yes.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on the conversation. Coming up next, Gavin Newsom, Phil Murphy with Something in Common. The details next on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The final week of the NFL regular season is here. Whew, I can't believe it. Where's time going? I'm on the Eagles minus 5.5 against the New York Giants at MetLife Stadium this Sunday. The NFL regular season is wrapping up, but there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel. In partnership with Valley Forge Casino, it's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. So put $5 down on the Eagles to win over the Giants. I'm telling you, $5 down, you can win $150 in bonus bets. Win or lose. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and make your first bet right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA, first online, real money, wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. As the temperatures drop here in Philly, driving conditions can get a bit tricky. But at Hessert Chevrolet, we've got solutions to keep you and your family safer on the roads. Introducing the new Chevy lineup with advanced four-wheel drive systems. Your key to conquering winter weather with confidence. From the economical Trax, the sleek Equinox, or the rugged and roomy Silverado and Tahoe, our vehicles are built to handle whatever Mother Nature throws your way. Hessert Chevrolet. Visit HessertChevy.com.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Got a wife and kids in Baltimore, Jack. I went out for a ride and I never went back.
7:38. Very fitting that we come back to this. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning? But Phil Murphy and Gavin Newsom with a lot in common. as we get into this conversation right now. I know, Dawn, you sent this story to us yesterday, I think after we got off the air, as a study finds that New Jersey was the most moved from state in 2023. This courtesy of New Jersey News 12. A new study has found that New Jersey is once again the most moved from state for the 6th consecutive year. The study was conducted by United Van Lines, and the study found that 65% of the total moves that were happening in New Jersey were leaving the state of New Jersey in 2023. And the study found that the reasons for the moves included retirement, lifestyle changes, and the cost of living. Very interesting breakdown. And then if you go to UnitedVanLines.com, you can see the actual national study as, yes, New Jersey led the way at 65%. The top outbound states, New Jersey at number 1, Illinois number 2, North Dakota 3, New York 4, Michigan 5, California at 6, Massachusetts 7, and Kansas number 8. Little surprised Pennsylvania was not in the top 8. But the top inbound states in 2023, surprisingly, at least to me, Vermont, number 1. Washington, D.C. came in at number 2, even though technically it's not a state. South Carolina, 3. Arkansas, 4. Rhode Island, North Carolina, South Dakota, Alabama, New Mexico, and West Virginia. I got to be honest, when we look at certain polls and I sit there and I see, okay, so-and-so has 79% negative reaction, my counter is like, I would love to meet the individual or the group of people in the 21% that approve of so-and-so. So I guess my question would be, why does anybody actually move to New Jersey to begin with in the first place? I understand why you get the heck out. And I'm not trying to knock New Jersey because I know we have plenty of listeners in the Jersey area. I just don't find New Jersey very compelling to live in.
We have for years. So we owned a place in Ocean City for years and years. But
Shore's different.
Yeah, but I mean, that was like our plan to at some point downsize and just have a place at the Jersey Shore or somewhere in South Jersey. And then maybe Ocean City area, Strathmere, and then have a place in like Naples, Florida. And that was like our long-term goal.
And then you got into radio.
I
know. and then something drastically changed.
TV days, right? But the truth is that I wish, if looking back, that I would have bought on the Delaware beaches, because now those places, that's what everybody did, because Delaware still is so affordable, for a place of retirement.
Yeah.
But at this point, New Jersey, it's just not livable with all the taxes and the structure. And I mean, the joke is some of the New York stations were reporting on this, and then they were saying, and the weather is probably a big factor in here. It's like, yeah, look across the country. I mean, yeah, do people want to go to a sunny place like Florida or Arizona? Okay. But the truth is that I think New Jersey is very desirable, and especially because of its proximity. So if you love to go, to be in between, let's say, on the East Coast, New York, it's close to DC.
Yeah.
I love New Jersey.
Where were you considering Delaware? Because I've mentioned on the show in the past that my wife's aunt and uncle have a place in Rehoboth, and that's a very cute little town.
Yes,
is the way people
exactly
characterize it. Very cute little town.
Yeah, and those places even 10 years ago were there was a lot available, and they were really affordable. Now,
right?
I mean, I think a lot of people were smart to get in on places like Rehoboth, because it's beautiful. It was really cheap, relatively, speaking, and now obviously the supply and demand issues have made it so that those places cost a fortune. But I think that the issue here is the economy, and for retirees also freaked out about their investments shrinking and that sort of thing. I think that's all a part of it with New Jersey.
Also, with California, they lead the country once again in outgoing U-Hauls. Reading this one from Outkick.com, they say the following: people from around the country flock to the spectacular weather, natural beauty, recreational opportunities, and thriving industries. But that was before it became a one-party state. And with that one party dead set on driving as many people away as possible for several years now, California has ranked near the top of the leaderboard in population loss, thanks in large part to Gavin Newsom and his overreach during the COVID pandemic. While an influx of domestic arrivals to Texas and Florida have added millions of new residents to those states, California from 2020 to 2023 has seen its population fall for the first time in state history. And based on a new report, that trend is set to continue yet again in 2024 as U-Haul released their annual list of states with the most one-way outgoing truck rentals, and sure enough, California took the top spot for the third consecutive year. Texas, by contrast, had the most incoming one-way truck rentals from U-Haul. You know, it's amazing as you think about this. And, you know, we're talking about what the future of the Democrats look like with potential presidential candidates. We've obviously seen plenty and heard plenty of Gavin Newsom. You know, we've discussed Josh Shapiro. We've discussed Phil Murphy. It's wild to me that all of these metrics and different studies and surveys and polls show that people are leaving blue cities, people are leaving blue states, they're getting out of California, New York, New Jersey, you name it, going to whether it's Texas or Florida or Arizona or Nevada or the Carolinas, Alabama, you go on down the list, and yet it seems like I'm just making a general blanket statement here that we're almost destined to have Democratic presidents for the next handful of years, and a lot of that's pushed on by the left wing and the national media. I mean, my God, they were trying to prop up Fetterman, for God's sakes, before he even, started as his official freshman term as a senator. Yet, and this is the other thing that has blown me away, and I know, Dawn, you've lived in the South as well. People leave big blue cities and states for red places in the South, and I will never wrap my head around. Like, they literally tell you, I can't take the city anymore. I can't take the crime, the cost of living. And then they go to what they believe is a better destination, which I agree with and I endorse. I mean, I lived in Tennessee for 4.5 years. I loved it. And then they still go there and they vote for Democrats. I don't get that. That's like literally the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And these people leave these places. And that's why we are seeing certain traditionally red states start to shade purple, or dare I say even shift blue. Austin, Texas, Charlotte, North Carolina, Nashville, Tennessee, a lot of these cities that are, now hotbeds for relocation, and they get a lot of the Northeastern people, and they go down there and they vote Democrat still. I don't get it, but then again, I don't get a lot of things. All right, 7:46. I can't make sense of some of these people. I really can't. It just drives me insane. But then again, I'm the idiot that came back to Pennsylvania, so it's probably a me problem.
I think, when you look at the list of, that list for people moving out of states, and then you think that number 1, New Jersey, number 2, Illinois, and look at Murphy, look at Pritzker, look at the number 1 and number 2, and the overwhelming situation where people are moving out of those states. It's more than just, let's say, weather.
Right, because the weather's always been good there.
Right? The weather's hasn't really changed. And so I think, and this is over 6 years, so you can't blame just pandemic policies, right? So I think that you have to look at these progressive, horrible governors. You look at the cost of living. You look at the economy. You look at the policies. But I will also say this, that New Jersey is always rated as, number 1 for education. And I do think there's a piece of this where my question is, are parents feeling with some of these policies where the government in New Jersey believes that they can come in between you and your child? I think that is very highly unpopular for parents and grandparents.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I think that's a piece of this here.
All right. 7:47 Friday morning. Let's get to a Greg Stocker-led What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
To be fair, all week they've been Greg Stocker led.
That's true.
I came up with. Yeah. I wrote the entire script.
You just were not the maestro for two of these days.
For every single one of them, I just couldn't participate because.
Right. You had the mumps. I mean the measles.
What's on the Country Know this Friday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time to go because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sale and lease options today. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. We love New Jersey for Cherry Hill Volvo. We're right across the bridge there. Cherry Hill Volvo, tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. Okay, we mentioned this earlier. We talked at about 6:30 at length a little bit about the new Jeffrey Epstein documents that were released yesterday. They've been coming out in dribs and drabs. Last night actually at 6 o'clock, Tucker Carlson on X released a episode 59. But this time it was with Jeffrey Epstein's only living brother. Only living relative, I guess, Mark Epstein, who refused to be on camera.
That's correct.
So all you hear is his voice and Tucker with his inquisitive look.
He always looks flummoxed, doesn't he?
God, yeah.
And a weird, where is Tucker? It's like a weird white curtain background.
I know. I was surprised they didn't have sometimes when they want to hide the identity of an interviewer or the interviewee, they have just a silhouette and it's like the face is kind of shadowed out.
They should have done that.
They didn't even show Mark Epstein.
He obviously did not want even his image. So he's worried about his safety.
He's scared for his safety because the majority of this interview, it's about 25 minutes. The majority of this interview is about how nobody really believes that Jeffrey Epstein hanged himself, killed himself. And I think the bigger question is why the United States government, because Bill Barr is involved in this, in my opinion, why the United States government just kind of took all of this at face value and said, well, he hung himself and now we're...
Case closed.
Case closed. We're done with that.
Yep.
So the part that I found the most interesting in this was Bill Barr's alleged in what they think cover-up of this and how he just took everything at face value. Why did he do that? This is Cut 13. Phil, go.
So what's interesting is that the Attorney General of the United States at the time, Attorney General Barr, said publicly and then wrote in his memoir that he had concluded conclusively that this was a suicide based on two pieces of evidence. One, the medical examiner, the person who performed the autopsy, declared it a suicide, which is a lie. That didn't happen. And two, because he had viewed the videotape at the entrance to the tier, to the cell block where your brother was being held. What do you make of that explanation?
Well, when I heard Barr's statement that he said he personally saw the videotape and he concluded it was a suicide because nobody went in or out, that's when it hit me that he's covering this up, because there's two sort of fallacies in that. One, I thought, why is the Attorney General of the United States, who I would imagine to be a busy guy, why is he personally watching the videotape? Couldn't he have two people in his office watch the videotape and say, hey, Bill, nobody went in or out? Wouldn't that suffice? And two, to assume that somebody could get to that door, go inside, kill somebody, get out completely undetected is just ridiculous, because I believe there are 6 levels of security before you get to that door. So to assume that somebody could do it that way is crazy. And any third-rate investigator will tell you that there was anywhere from 7 to 14 people on the other side of that door, on the tier, that could have killed somebody. And I had been told from another source, I've been getting a lot of information from all sources, that cell doors were left unlocked that night. I don't know how many cell doors or whose cell doors, but if cell doors were left unlocked, then somebody could have went into Jeff's cell, killed him, went back into their cell, undetected. Now, in the Justice Department report, it says that from 3 cells, you could see Jeff's cell door. But if you look at the photographs of the tier, there's tiny windows in the cell doors. So in order to see Jeff's cell door from another cell, you'd have to be standing at that window inside the other cells in the middle of the night looking towards Jeff's cell. And if somebody crept low beneath the height of that window, you wouldn't see them. So the fact that, to say that he could be seen from 3 other cells and they didn't see anything, well, chances are the other prisoners were sleeping in those cells if they had nothing to do with it. So again, it's just like a cover-up line.
To me, it obviously is a cover-up, in my personal opinion, and there's so many different things that they broke the normal protocol for, and one of them is the way they respond to somebody, because he goes on to say in another clip, because I watched the full thing last night, one of the unwritten rules in prison is that nobody dies in prison. They don't want to have that on them. So he was presumed dead for at least 2 hours when they found him. Yet when they brought him out, kind of on the gurney, they did like the whole intubation thing, which you wouldn't do if somebody's been dead for over 2 hours. Like, what are you trying to do here? And then apparently they cut him out of his prison jumpsuit or whatever, apparel and clothing you're wearing in there, and put him in another outfit.
Hospital garb.
Hospital garb. And it's either usually a hospital garb with a gown that wraps up in the back or a sheet. So there's so many things here that just smell beyond belief.
I mean, look, I think if you ask anybody, nobody thinks that he killed himself.
No.
The question we all have is why people, the United States government included, went to such great lengths to cover it up.
I mean, is it as simple as saying to silence the guy that could squeal and could talk when he goes to court and has his day? Which also doesn't add up, because apparently, and you'll hear, you would hear if you hear the whole video, the full 25 minutes. His brother said he had a bail hearing, an appeal coming up.
He had immunity, which is this. That was he had immunity. And he didn't think that he was going to be charged for any of this. So he came back to the country or whatever.
From Paris.
And showed up, and they arrested him.
Yep.
So, that there's that as well. I'm not saying he shouldn't have been arrested. He absolutely should have. But it's interesting to me how this all kind of played out, right?
And also, his brother goes on to say, because when you look at the video there with that tier with the cell, so there's 7 total cells, and each cell can hold 1 to 2 individuals. So outside of Jeffrey Epstein himself, there was presumably anywhere from 6 to 13 other individuals. And he's been trying to find out the identities, the brother here, who was also on that tier, because if the cell doors were left unlocked that night, then presumably, and if nobody else went in or out the 6 different levels of security to get there, one of those 6 to 13 individuals went in there and strangled him, or whatever they did, broke his neck.
Allegedly.
This whole thing is just, there's so many unanswered questions to it, and a lot of people have gone to great lengths to cover this story up and bury this story. And did you guys play yesterday, Amy Robach?
Yeah, the 2019.
Just how ABC didn't. And look, you can look at it from one way as look, ABC didn't want to get sued. You know what I mean? Like, if there wasn't credible evidence to this, you were naming very high profile people. That could be their excuse. The skeptic in me is just like, we don't want to unlock this.
Well, to your point of very high powered people, Anthony just handed me during the last segment from the New York Post a story with the headline that says Bill Clinton, nobody more high powered and high named than that when we talk about Epstein, Bill Clinton allegedly stormed into a Vanity Fair newsroom and threatened the outlet to not run the sex trafficking stories against, quote, good friend Jeffrey Epstein. That according to new documents as well. So you have a lot of people that were making threats and power plays, and a lot of people that were like, boy, you know what? Do we go with this? Should we run with this? Because then all of a sudden your safety comes into question.
Let me ask you guys a question. I know we are obsessed with this, and I know the internet and Twitter and social media is obsessed with this. Do you think the majority of people know or care this much about this?
I do. I think this is like a seller for Netflix. I think if there's, streaming services that do 10-part documentaries on this, I think the Jeffrey Epstein Island general story is, maybe it's not apples to apples, but like the O.J. Simpson case, I think there's just high-profile things that Americans are fascinated by. And maybe fascinated is the wrong word, because the reality is, and we're doing it, and I've criticized others, like we're burying the fact that there were victims here that were minors that had their lives ruined by this pedophile creep. But I think Americans are attracted to the gore. What do we always see on the turnpike when there's an accident or a scuffle?
Rubber
Traffic. Yeah, because everybody's fascinated by looking at what happened.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Americans are intrigued by this type of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if Netflix would drop a new series on this, like a 5-parter, I'd watch it.
Part of me agrees with you, and seeing the streaming numbers over the last couple of days for the show, people are obviously interested because we've talked about it. You guys have talked about it a lot. I don't know how much this resonates with I don't want to say normal, but the average everyday person.
I think the story of somebody who, first of all, how did this college dropout who, weaseled his way into the life of somebody like Les Wexner, worth nearly $6 billion, Ohio, Victoria's Secret and biggity big businessman Wexner. How did Jeffrey Epstein end up as a billionaire with one of the biggest mansions, for example, in Manhattan, his own private island, his private plane, all these different properties? How did he end up with all that money?
Yeah.
How did he get his wealth? And I think that's one of the questions. And by the way, people have asked this for years. Follow the money trail. And that's the point, that even those detectives early on in these, human trafficking cases, that's basically what it was with Epstein. It wasn't just pedophilia, it was human trafficking of girls as young as 12 years old. And the Miami case that we referenced earlier in the 6 a.m. hour, that case, which he pleaded out to, was involving a 14-year-old girl.
Yep.
Okay? And so how did this guy get his money, and why can't you follow the trail of the money? Because financial records don't lie.
Yep.
And so why not? And that takes us to a whole new level. So how was our government complicit? High levels of bureaucrats, and were they freaky deaky? Were they some of the clients, or were they protecting him? Because we know that, in other words, he was hosting biggity bigs from around the world.
Right.
And were they being blackmailed?
This is an international story.
Yes.
If you think about it, and again, I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong here, but think of the crossover appeal here. We have politicians involved, Bill Clinton. We have entertainers. And again, just the court documents, people's names, just the Epstein circle in general. If you're in his stratosphere, Cameron Diaz, Michael Jackson. So it's not just one genre. I mean, there's so many different like tie-ins here to this guy. Wealthy people, the Harvard educated, and there's just something about certain stories. I mentioned O.J. Simpson. Remember, everybody was fascinated by the Natalie Holloway case. There's just some stories out there in American news that the country becomes obsessed with, and I do think Epstein falls into that category.
One story America and the American people are not obsessed with is Ron DeSantis.
Mustard.
Ron was hosted or was the guest of a CNN town hall last night.
I must have missed that.
With Caitlin Collins.
Oh boy.
Hilarity ensued. Des Moines, Iowa. He was there, where I believe he's in third place now. So has Vivek and Chris Christie overtaken him yet in Iowa?
Well, I told you in the big take this morning, nationally in the GOP polling, Nikki Haley has surpassed DeSantis for second.
So talk about awkward. He comes on stage last night, after being introduced by Caitlin Collins, and he gives Caitlin Collins a jersey of Iowa's Caitlin Clark.
Oh, yes. Yes, this is a shot at Nikki Haley.
Okay, I didn't understand the tie in there.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the week when you were home with the bubonic plague. Nikki Haley confused Caitlin Collins of CNN with Iowa basketball player Caitlin Clark.
Then it's a brilliant troll move.
This is a troll job, absolutely.
I didn't understand where he was going with this.
Well, because he's awkward.
This is cut 10 I'm going to start with. This is how the town hall started last night on CNN. You didn't watch it. Nobody did. This is cut 10.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Now,
so odd.
Great to be back at Grandview. Thanks, CNN. So, I heard the other day someone say that Caitlin Collins had some basketball skills. Now, I don't know if that was a mistake or not, but I know in Iowa they have a Caitlin Clark. So I just wanted to give you this as a memento. And just respectfully, if the game's on the line and we need a buzzer beater, I'm going with Clark over Collins. So
rest assured, her free throws and her threes are much better than mine, Governor. But thank you so much for that. Thank you. And
all right, thank you very much, Ron. Now I'm going to fact check you and interrupt you while a producer's in my ear set the whole time tonight. Yeah, but see, that's a good troll job by DeSantis. It's a swipe at Nikki Haley. Iowa people know what that's about, obviously, with the girl basketball player, Caitlin Clark. And obviously, they are aware of Nikki's slip-up. It was not a good holiday stretch for Nikki between the Civil War thing and the Iowa thing. But DeSantis is not necessarily an expert in the troll game, which is why I think it probably comes off a little awkward. Like his smile, like he was waiting hours to do that. He thought that was going to be the home run moment. It was more like a base hit.
I want so badly somebody to troll him and go yell, mustard to him.
Mustard. Send Newman Price out. He'll do it.
So he didn't take, he took a lot of shots at Nikki Haley for this because obviously that is his top threat right now, I would assume. But he also took some shots at Donald Trump, saying that the Democrats want Trump to be the candidate. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
Polls and say you want to see what happens on the 15th. You just referenced what you believe Trump is running on this time. You say his own issues. And you said before that you don't think he's the same candidate that he was in 2016. What should voters in Iowa know about what you think a second Trump presidency, a second Trump term would look like if they do pick him over you?
Well, so here, look, we saw what happened in the midterms in 2022. Remember, they said that this was going to be a red wave. You had a red wave in Iowa and Florida because Governor Reynolds led and because I led, and we won historic victories. The rest of the Republicans in the Senate and House crashed and burned. Donald Trump's candidates, hand-picked candidates, lost because the Democrats have a playbook that they can run. It was effective in 2018. It was effective in 2020, 21, 22, and even this year in 2023. So don't repeat that. The Democrats want Trump to be the candidate. They are going to talk about all the legal stuff, January 6th. That will be what the election will be about. You don't want it to be a referendum on Trump and the past. You want it to be a referendum on Biden's failures, on our positive vision for this country. I offer that. And oh, by the way, you need somebody that can serve 2 terms. You're going to go in there as a lame duck president, even if you could get elected. I don't think that that's how it works there. We need a change agent in Washington. We need somebody that's going to go in there, actually unwind the bureaucracy, which Trump promised to do and didn't do. We need a president that's going to stop the border invasion by building a wall, which Trump promised to do but didn't do. We also need somebody that's going to be willing to deport illegal aliens. Donald Trump said he would, in 2016, he'd have the largest deportation in history. He deported less than Barack Obama did in Obama's first term. Yes. I will actually get the job done, and I will hold the Mexican drug cartels accountable for the carnage that they're causing in this country. They are killing tens of thousands of our fellow Americans. When I'm president, we're going to designate them as foreign terrorist organizations. Donald Trump had an opportunity to do that. He didn't do it. I will.
Well, Governor, I'm glad you brought up immigration.
Well, he is accurate there at the end when he talks about the deportation numbers. I know, Dawn, you had mentioned this yesterday. It was true that there was more deported under Obama than Trump. But here's the thing. You're clearly picking up on a new theme, and the new theme for DeSantis in 2024, and he floated, well, not mustard, no, and not ketchup either. Towards the end of 2023, he started saying what I thought the vision for the Democrats was when we started this show in the fall of 2022, was that they were trying to do this to Trump because they believe Trump is the more beatable candidate. I have since come off of that because you look at all the polling numbers and the indictments. To me, they're not trying to indict Trump, to elevate Trump, to get him to be the nominee so they can beat him again. They want him out of the equation. They want him out of the picture completely. So I disagree with DeSantis there. But that to me, no doubt, is going to be his calling card for this calendar year. He's going to repeat that constantly, that the Democrats want Trump so they can utilize the same playbook. I disagree with it.
What do you think about him attacking, or not attacking, but using the lame duck presidency as a tool?
As far as the one term?
Yeah. Do you think that plays at all?
I mean, look,
it's an interesting thought.
It
right?
is, but executive orders. I mean, in an ideal world, I think everybody, if you're a Trump supporter and a conservative, you want Trump for 4 and then DeSantis for 8, and you get 12 years of GOP control. But I mean, Trump can undo some stuff with executive orders right from the jump. I mean, would it be great for 8 years? Yes, but to act like he can't get things accomplished in 4 years, especially with having control of the House now in the Republican Party, you're going to have 2/3 of the power. So he will be able to get things done.
The only other, just to quickly put, Caitlin Collins, I wish would have pushed back a little bit on DeSantis to say, well, part of the reason that Trump, that Obama had more people push back across the border was because Trump shut down the border amid the pandemic.
Right.
So that's a little misleading for DeSantis to say.
It's true.
You know what I mean?
When the border's completely closed, you can't.
It was shut down because of the pandemic.
That's correct.
And Trump did choose to shut it down, and Biden kept it, kept that order in place, when he came into office, but then opened the thing wide open.
Right.
Do you think now, because you said Trump for 4 years, DeSantis for 8, do you think he has harmed himself too much now with the GOP base?
No.
DeSantis?
Yeah.
I hope not.
Okay.
Because like I said, look, at the end of the day, even though I'm down on Nikki Haley and I'm out on her, if push comes to shove and it was her versus Biden, I'm still, of course, going to vote for Nikki Haley. I would like to think that when all this comes and goes and blows over and it's Trump against Biden and DeSantis finishes up to, his second term as governor in Florida, that if he does have visions of running again in 2028, that the MAGA base that feels like DeSantis was disloyal to Trump will rally behind the guy because, well, what's your alternative? And ultimately, too, if you're a true rock-solid conservative, there's nobody more conservative out there that's running right now than DeSantis. That much we know for sure.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button. Only at 57 likes. I want to get to 100 likes. And if you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go there. Now, speaking of the border, Brett Baer on his program last night had on Alejandro Mayorkas. And Brett Baer asked the question that we all want to know is how Kamala Harris, she's the border czar, right? How she has helped keep the border safe. This was Mayorkas' response. This is cut 11. Go.
The last thing, shortly after taking office, President Biden tapped Vice President Harris to address the root causes of migration. How specifically has the Vice President helped in your efforts to keep the border safe?
The Vice President has raised more than $3 billion of investments in some of the countries of origin, specifically those in Central America. That is a long-term solution that we remain dedicated to, but in the meantime, we are enforcing vigorously our country's immigration laws and working to fix them in a fundamentally broken system.
But you do think it's a crisis now?
Brett, it is a challenge.
No, it's the other C word.
Challenge.
I've been addressing vigorously with all of the tools and resources that we have been provided. We are asking for more tools and resources, and we are asking Congress to fix a fundamentally broken system. Our dedication to this effort is tireless and unrelenting.
Mr. Secretary, we appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayorkas, Fox News has put in an interview request for your presence. Well, tell him I'm not going any later into the evening than Brett Baer. If you think I'm going on with Laura or Jesse, there's no shot. So, yeah, give me the softballs from Brett. He's fair and balanced. Now, here's the thing. This is not about money. This is not about resources. This is about enforcing the law and the rules and what you have in place. We just had 302,000 people in the month of December alone. We just heard Joe a few days ago talking about needing more money. It's not a money issue. And the Biden administration is just so casual with how much money they want to just burn through. You have what you need. You have to enforce it. It's not a broken system. The system seemed to be just fine under Trump. What was the last month of Trump? Was 70,000 encounters. Now, times that by 4.5, and you have about, what, 300,000? That's what we just saw last month. No wonder why this guy's being impeached. It's a challenge. No, it's a crisis. You can say it. CNN's putting it up on their graphic on TV now. They use the word crisis.
The House, the GOP-led House, is trying to impeach Mayorkas. He was asked by Brett Baer if he would step down if he was impeached. This was his answer. This is cut 12.
Something that is not specific to the southern border. Yes, Brett.
If you were impeached, would you step down? You'd be the first cabinet member to be impeached by the House in 148 years.
Brett, I lead 260 incredibly dedicated and talented men and women of the Department of Homeland Security. I will continue to lead them in advancing the mission of protecting the American people. That's what we do in the area of immigration, in the area of cybersecurity, in our fight against human trafficking, in saving communities devastated by extreme weather events. Yeah. We do so much for the American people, and I'm incredibly proud to do it.
I would think if you were to poll America and ask the citizens of this nation how safe and secure you feel under the leadership of Alejandro Mayorkas and his 260-plus soldiers, so to speak, I would be willing to bet that number, as far as safety goes, probably less than 20% of Americans feel safe. Just a guess on my part, though.
Speaking of the border, New York is now suing bus companies.
Eric Adams, I saw this.
For sending migrants from Texas to New York City. But I thought that they were, they enriched the lives of everybody. Like, why would we sue to bring...
We are a welcoming city.
What do they call it? Our greatest strength?
Yeah, is our numbers and our diversity.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're getting both, pal.
This was Eric Adams yesterday. Cut 8. Phil, go.
New York City has and will continue to do our part to manage this humanitarian crisis.
Crisis.
But we cannot bear the cost of reckless political ploys from the state of Texas alone. Today, our administration filed a lawsuit against 17 companies that have taken part in Texas Governor Greg Abbott's scheme to transport tens of thousands of migrants to New York City in an attempt to overwhelm our social services system. These companies have violated state law by not paying the cost of caring for these migrants. And that's why we are suing to recoup approximately $700 million already spent to care for migrants bused here in the last 2 years by the state of Texas. Governor Abbott's continuing use of migrants as political pawns is not only chaotic and inhumane, but makes clear he puts politics over people. Today's lawsuit should serve as a warning to all those who break the law in this way.
Maybe it's just me, but every time I hear Eric Adams speak, I think of Tracy Morgan from Saturday Night Live. Does he not sound just identical to Tracy Morgan?
He does sound a lot like him.
But think about what's happening here and what this guy is, the audacity. So in other words, he's saying, why should we be burdened with the cost? You Texans, you should be burdened with the cost. And think about the Biden administration suing Texas to say, no, you're not allowed to push people back off of your border. The hypocrisy is just so thick here. And, we just a second ago talked about how Trump, through executive order, found ways to shut down the southern border. We have a crisis. Biden's own security people, his own FBI, have said we got terrorists coming across the border. He has he could today shut the border down and say, we've got measles and mumps coming across. We have people, we don't know if they're vaccinated. We don't know if they're sick. We have flu outbreaks, RSV. He could make it a health crisis. He could also make it a terrorist crisis. He has so many tools in his presidential executive power toolbox. He doesn't do it.
Think about it, and this is not to defend Eric Adams, because some of this is his own fault by encouraging this and saying, oh, we're a sanctuary city. But think about how pissed he must really be, because he has publicly pled for the Biden administration to do something about this. So his own party presidentially at the federal level is not helping him out. And then Greg Abbott from the opposing aisle is sending people up through from Texas on buses. So Eric Adams is taking it from both sides, from his own side and from the other side. And you want to talk about playing politics. It's not playing politics. This is showing you and putting it right there on your front porch. This is what we're dealing with. This is what you say you encourage and welcome. And if you want to talk about playing politics, why is the Biden administration allowing this to happen? Because they're hoping that some of these people ultimately end up voting Democrat once they become a member of this country.
Moving on to cut 6 here, Phil. KJP was asked about data that indicating any of Biden's policies have contributed to the record-breaking border crisis. And this was her response to that. Cut 6, Phil, go.
In an interview with CBS News, House Speaker Johnson said on his first day in office, President Biden came in and issued executive orders that began this chaos. Did any of the administration's policies contribute to the record number of border crossings?
What I can say is this. On his first day in this administration, the president put forth a comprehensive immigration legislation to deal with a broken system. That's what the president did, to deal with a broken system. We were just a couple of weeks away of 3 years ago that legislation that he put forward to Congress to actually deal with an issue, right? And so that's what I can say. The president understands that there's a problem at the border. He put forth on his first day something to deal with that problem. And what we continue to see from Speaker Johnson and Republicans, House Republicans, I know Jackie asked a question about something that I said yesterday in May, and I'll repeat it. I repeat what I said yesterday. In May, House Republicans decided to vote on a bill that would cut 2,000 Border Patrol agents at the border. That's what they did. That's what they did. And they continue to obstruct and get in the way of of the president wanting to move forward with a supplemental that includes border security. They're getting in the way of it. They are. While Senate Republicans and Democrats in a bipartisan way are trying to find a way, a bipartisan agreement to deal with border security, you have House Republicans who left. They left in the middle of December, and I think they come back next week. Maybe they'll get some work done. Instead, they're playing politics.
So is that a no?
Look, what I can say is what the president has done. I'm not going to speak to data. I have not seen any data that would show this, so certainly I can't speak to that. What I can say is the actions and what the president has done and how seriously.
Well, she hasn't seen the data. I don't know what she's looking at.
His first day, understanding that this system has been broken for decades. This immigration system has been broken for decades. Under a Republican president, under a Democratic president, it has been broken.
So if you're in a sinking, if you're in a boat with a big hole in it, do you just stand there and say, "Well, there's a hole in the boat"?
That's what she would do. Yeah, she would just sit there and drown.
So.
Yeah.
The administration, the Biden administration, on day one, they moved to suspend Remain in Mexico on Biden's first day in the White House. Remember this?
Yep.
All of the things he signed. Department of Homeland Security moved to officially terminate the policy in June the same year. And remember, this was in and out of the courts, until finally it went to the U.S. Supreme Court in the summer of 2022 with the Biden administration. Ultimately, SCOTUS ruled that Biden had the power. He did have the power to do what he did, and thus the policy was terminated because Biden doing that, the president has the power. all of that proof. So I don't know what Missy Pooh, I don't know what she's looking at.
Missy Pooh. Actually,
Quite
speaking of Missy Pooh, Phil, if we could throw that still shot of her up at the last bit of the clip, right there, just freeze it. Look at the binder and look at, not the actual lady, the actual physical binder on her little podium right there. Look at all those little tabs.
Yeah.
She's got about 17 different colors and 42 different tabs there.
But she has no data.
But she's got, like, what, I want to know. You know what we should really do? We should hire somebody to go in there, run up on the stage, and swipe the binder and bring the binder back to our studios and go through it. I want to know what's in that binder.
You know what? That's a great question because we, the taxpayers, paid for that to be put together.
I know.
Is that part of the public record?
Yeah.
It would be like, you know, when I send those emails out every month or every quarter about how, you know, the show and other shows here are doing very well and we're up here, we're up here, we're up here. I wonder if what would happen if David Yadigroff, our market manager, or Dave Skopinich, our director of sales, came to me and said, okay, these are all great numbers. Can you show me the data? I'm like, well, I don't have the data.
But here's the numbers.
But I just feel like we're up at all of these demos. I haven't gone through hours and hours and hours of my time to find all this data. No, I just feel that amongst men, blah, 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 we're up here.
Yeah.
That's what she's basically saying.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I mean, she's up. I mean, you talk about an empty suit, and there's a whole administration full of them with this group. But there's nobody up there that has less to offer than that one right there. My God.
You played this earlier, but I want to play it again. Speaking of the border, Nikki Haley said that it is inappropriate to call illegal immigrants criminals. This is cut. Where are we? Cut, Phil. Here, cut 7. Go.
But let's keep in mind, these people that are wanting to come here, they want to come for a better life too. They have kids too. They have a heart too. So we don't need to be disrespectful. We don't need to talk about them as criminals. They're not. They're families that want a better life, and they're desperate to get here.
Open borders with Nikki Haley. I can see it now. She loves war. She loves open borders, and don't you dare just be disrespectful.
No,
disrespectful.
I think what she's saying is what I've said this, you know, for a long time. That, in other words, there's a difference between the so-called gotaways, the actual terrorists who are coming from all over the world. There's a difference between those folks and the people who walk across the border, put their hands up in the air, and say, "I want to come to America for a better life." There's a big difference between that. And so I agree that, you know, it's actually inaccurate to say, well, you're a criminal because there are many people who surrender to the Border Patrol folks and are then brought in.
I think most Americans are absolutely okay with people coming to this country to seek a better life if they go about it the proper way. America, as we've heard, it's cliche. America was founded on immigrants, right? But people that did it the proper way. So do your paperwork, wait your time, go to your court proceeding, whatever it is, the whole vetting and screening, that's fine. But when you have these people that just come over and then we don't know where they end up going, and then we hear these horror stories in New York with the trashing, like, we've got Americans and veterans that would kill for a free meal. And these people are just trashing and saying, well, this food's not good enough for me. Well, then go back to Venezuela.
I said this at 6:20 whenever we discussed this the first time. I really do believe it, even though I don't agree with what she said. I think it does play well to the compassionate conservative base. And I think that she knows exactly what she's doing. I'm sure she believes it, but I think it does play well to a certain group of people that the GOP might want to reach. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
But the thing that Nikki Haley should have said when she's talking about this is to say that in a March of 2023, so this was nearly less than 2 years ago, or less than a year ago, I should say, that the Council on Foreign Relations had stated that more than 152,000 unaccompanied minors were found at the U.S.-Mexico border. And remember all these missing children. So 85,000 children. Where are these children? And remember, KJP, we aired that audio at some point over the past 10, 11 months. Where are all these missing children who've come across? What about them? I wish Nikki Haley would have, or anybody would have followed. I know other Republicans have talked about this, as well as other human rights activists have talked about it.
Yeah.
Where are these missing children?
All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 1 here on a Friday. Part 2 coming up at 9:35. We'll come back, get Dawn's Big 3 at 8, and then also Joe Biden, more trouble for Joe. We'll give you the details as we continue. Kayal and Company on a Friday morning, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Get up to 15% off brand new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokees, Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's up to 15% off new Grand Cherokees, Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 350 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
Does your broker say, "We're different. We're a fiduciary. We only make money when you make money"? Well, the reality is no broker is different. They all collect fees, even when you lose money. Does that sound like a fiduciary responsibility to you? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country which fully records all educational sessions, guaranteeing a fiduciary responsibility and transparency.
My name is Ed Topkowitz. I went with Crash Proof Retirement in 2013. Crash Proof Retirement earned my trust. When you come in, everything's recorded. I think it's proof that they are a fiduciary. I have a team of expert people who know what they're doing and have me as their first concern. And you don't pay any fee.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 8:31, Friday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start. Maybe a great start to your weekend. Joe Biden on his way to Montgomery County. He'll be speaking at Montgomery County Community College today. Surprisingly, Dr. Jill never taught a class at Montgomery County Community College. She's been teaching at other classes and other colleges throughout the country that are probably on par with Montgomery Community College, but that's coming up later today. So if you're in the Montgomery County Bluebell area, get ready for a traffic nightmare. Probably anywhere, I would think, Dawn, from between now and 2, 3 o'clock, pretty much, with everything that he's got going on today with the cavalry and the motorcade.
Yes.
So that'll be very interesting. We got a lot to get to. And speaking of Jeffrey Epstein, and I know Greg posed the question about how much, people care about this, nationwide. Dorenzo just ran me another story in that just came out from the New York Post. So we have more details on Epstein that we will get to in just a little bit. Also, some Joe Biden bad news in a couple of different demos. We'll get to that as we continue as well. We actually have to give away our second pair of Major League Wrestling tickets. So we've got one more pair coming up at 9:20 this morning. That'll be the prize for the Morning Mystery Movie clip. But right now, if you're caller 12 at 855-839-1210, you'll win a pair of tickets to Major League Wrestling, a live taping of it tomorrow evening, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia.
By the way, it is the old ECW arena.
I was wondering that.
Yeah, it is. I don't know if it's the same building. I guess it is, but it's definitely been renovated.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if they tore it down and put up another thing, but it's
Right.
it's definitely been renovated since the old ECW days.
Okay. So that is the prize at 9:20. And also right now, caller 12, 855-839-1210. Epstein update, Biden numbers. But first, let's get to a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8:33.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Good morning, Friday morning. So he's back. President Joe Biden back in Pennsylvania today, a day early, delivering his first major campaign speech of 2024 for the big election this year, next November. And so Philadelphia and our region taking center stage, making national and international news because the president is here once again, scheduled to speak at Montgomery County Community College in Bluebell. And you'll notice the media keeps saying near Valley Forge. You notice that?
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between Bluebell and Valley Forge.
So, it's okay. It's in that direction, but I mean, you can't walk from MCC.
Yes.
Can you walk? You could bike. Well, Nick Kayal, you're famous for your bike rides, so
Yeah.
how far of a bike ride is it?
I've got to imagine, and I'm just totally guessing here, so people can crush me on Twitter if I'm way off. From Bluebell to Valley Forge has got to be 7-8 miles?
I used to, when I trained for the bike ride that Dawn is talking about, Mark O'Connor, myself, and a former talk show host here, used to, there's a trail that runs from Conshohocken to Valley Forge.
Okay.
It ends at the Valley Forge the monument thing there. And it's park. And it's a, I don't know how long it is, but I used to ride it a lot.
Okay.
It's far.
Yeah.
It's 20 miles, I think.
Okay, yeah.
From Conchi.
From Conchi.
Yeah.
All right, so Conshohocken to Bluebell is probably 7, 8, 10 miles. So, yeah, it's got to be at least an 8 to 10 mile ride from Bluebell to Valley Forge. A little bit of a difference.
Yeah, it's crazy to me to think that they're saying that, but there's a reason that they're saying it. But obviously, it's not close.
Yeah.
And this is not, it would be different, I guess, if it was, I don't know, the BBC reporting that, because if you're, overseas, maybe.
Yeah, you don't know the difference.
But when you're the Philadelphia Inquirer or local media, right, to say that it's near Valley Forge, they're trying to say that because they're trying to help out the fact that President Joe Biden his whole plan was to deliver the speech tomorrow on January 6th.
Yeah.
From Valley Forge, where 250 years ago, George Washington, very tough winter, very bleak winter, more than a quarter of the troops, weren't even fit to serve. They were starving. They didn't have coats. They didn't have shoes. They had nothing. And by, I guess, Biden's standards, quite frankly, the question is, would George Washington, facing an inch of snow or less, have just said, well, we got to go home. No revolution. No fight.
Exactly.
Is the speech that he's going to give as impactful on January 5th? I'm being serious. Like
Yes.
if they,
I'm wondering if
that's the question.
I'm wondering if he's going to have that black drop, the backdrop that was black with the red. Remember when he gave that real angry
in Philadelphia
speech?
here? Yeah.
Darth Biden.
Darth Biden, yeah. Dark Brandon.
So here's just the detail, because Nick Kayal and my brother and sister-in-law live literally, they could walk to MCC.
14.8 miles.
14, okay.
Okay, so it's 3:15 p.m. is the speech, okay? And it comes a full day ahead, obviously, of the 3-year commemoration of the insurrection, as that's what the Inquirer and some of our it's a 3-year commemoration of the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. That's how they word it.
Newman Price says, on your drive home today, Kayal, steer clear of all the ice cream parlors because you know the presidential convoy will have to stop several times to get Joey some chocolate chip ice cream. A little too cold for ice cream.
So just looking at how many times he's come to our region, and we just keep tabs on this one. So I believe this is the 9th visit to Philadelphia or surrounding Philadelphia region this year, or excuse me, in 2023, I should say. This is the first this year. And then the 16th, 16 times since he took office in January.
Wife's a Philly girl. His wife's a Philly girl. That's why they come here so often.
Well, I mean, it just shows we are front and center.
I got to tell you,
It's sound strategy.
I've said it.
Yeah,
I've
you
said it
have.
for months here. It is years. It is really smart for him to spend as much time in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, especially as he does.
Yeah.
He does it. I mean, honestly, Trump should spend more time here. He does not.
You got to spend more times in the battleground states.
I get it.
Pennsylvania's one of them.
I get it. It's the primary, so he's worried about the first primary states and the caucus. But he has those locked up. Like come to Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Do you think Joe knows the difference between Bluebell and Gilbertsville? If they dropped him off in Harleysville, do you think he would know where he is?
He knows Pennsylvania pretty well, but what he knows, I mean, he's a political animal, and so he does know that Pennsylvania is critical. We are one of the big swing states that's going to decide the next president of the United States of America.
That's correct.
I will say, this speech, Biden's speech today, by all accounts, it is going to echo that primetime speech that Nick Kayal just referenced. Outside Independence Hall, the fall of 2022, the soul of the nation. And in that one, he condemned MAGA and talked about that so-called threat to democracy. That is what we're expecting to hear today.
It's going to be a longer version of what we played for you yesterday, which was the first presidential ad of 2024 that he dropped. And it was, 25, 30 seconds long. It's going to be an extended version of that, threat to democracy, the whole bit.
And also, where's Trump this afternoon? So about the same time. So Trump is scheduled to speak 4 p.m. today, not in our region, but he is scheduled to speak in Iowa. So what's interesting here, he was originally supposed to be at Dordt University. This is Trump. And then the school said that they changed it because he wanted a rally format rather than taking questions directly from students. So there was a last-minute venue change. So I don't know if that has to do with they're changing things around to counter something with Biden, because Trump will have the advantage. Biden will start speaking at 3:15, then Trump speaks at 4 in Iowa. Are they going to listen and react to that? I don't know. I'm just going to point out the timeline.
I mean, Trump could be altering his plans in Iowa based on the groundbreaking move by DeSantis to give Caitlin Collins a Caitlin Clark jersey. I mean, GOP primary candidates everywhere are scrambling for what they're going to do next.
This is awesome. I love it.
Unbelievable.
Mustard.
Number 2, we have to talk about the big weekend storm. Will bring snow.
Oh, no.
The estimated totals, and you see all the headlines, 10 inches. And the National Weather Service issuing, some alerts here because they are saying in some areas we're going to see 10 inches of snow. Not in Philadelphia, but it's the first significant snow in about 2 years, and it looks like it's going to hit tomorrow later in the day. And so a lot of people are out there buying shovels, salting up. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. For all the people that go out there and buy shovels at the first, so you're telling me you didn't own a shovel before you saw the forecast? Like, what's the I don't understand the buying a shovel thing. You live in Pennsylvania. Isn't a shovel kind of a necessary item to have in your little woodshed or your tool shed out in your backyard at all times? And I mean the good shovel, too. I like the metal shovel with the jagged edge with the metal blade on it. Not the plastic one that always breaks.
Yes.
Give me a solid metal shovel, Dawn.
Dawn, do you shovel your driveway as well?
Of course
I
she
do.
does. You think Larry and the boys do it?
They help, but it's my exercise. They help.
You cut the grass, you shovel snow, you
God,
take out
Dawn.
trash.
It's my
Just
You are the leader of the household.
It's horrendous.
I am proud to know you.
You know I love your family, but I'm just it is horrendous the way they treat you. That's all I'm saying.
They treat me.
Okay.
I love my family.
Be careful shoveling snow. A lot of people have heart attacks shoveling snow in the winter.
You know why I'm not going to have a heart attack? Because I'm always out doing this stuff.
It's true.
Yeah, right.
Keeps you fit.
You're
Who needs the gym?
Don's training year round.
That's right. So
why
the
don't you pay one of the neighborhood kids to do it?
I have my own kids. I'm not going to pay somebody.
That's a good point.
I tell you what, I made some nice change as a kid when I was 12 or
Me
13
too.
shoveling snow.
I did it all the time.
I had a service going. The whole block knew I was ready.
We lived in a very rural area, so it was a bunch of long driveways, and I could make a killing.
Yep.
Kids these days, yeah, I'm gonna sound old. Kids these days, they don't have that. They don't have that get 'em go. I've been at my house for almost 15 years.
Yeah.
And I think maybe three times, neighborhood kids have come around and asked to shovel.
Did you
my driveway.
did you take them up on the offer?
Of course I did, and I paid them well.
I know. The pool boy says you tip well.
Paid them very well.
Yeah.
My sons do. They do help me, but they don't charge. But there are, the nuns or some of the neighbors who are senior citizens. They do it for free.
Yeah.
They go and shovel for free.
I might get one of those plows that you put on the front of your truck, and I might just go around Bluebell
Ooh.
and start doing that for some extra money in this Biden inflation economy that we live in. Get some extra groceries with that.
Hey, before I give the time, because they've come out with a timeline of the storm, I did want to say that, first of all, just updating two stories. We don't have any more information on the man killed by the SEPTA train after, he was shoved onto the tracks during that altercation. But there is an update on that I-95 shutdown for many hours this morning. One person charged with DUI.
Oh.
So they're drunk driving charge. That was the I-95 northbound shutdown in Chester.
Luckily, Nick Kayal is here.
Yes.
Will you stop?
It's dry January, so that won't happen for me.
Yeah, this person was not exercising dry January, clearly. So that's going on. All right, so the timeline. It looks like 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. tomorrow. So today's sunny, 40 degrees. Tomorrow, the high tomorrow is 39 degrees. So, or 40 degrees, I should say. So tomorrow, 11 to 3 p.m., Saturday, the snow and rain, the precipitation arrives between 11 to 3 p.m., and it's all rain for Delaware and South Jersey. Okay?
Yep.
So this is not a snow event for Delaware or South Jersey. The peak of the storm, 6 p.m. Saturday evening into the early hours of Sunday morning, with the heaviest precipitation, that rain line, which is into the northwest suburbs. So only the Poconos remain 100% snow. So in other words, this is one of those situations you talk about shoveling, it's a pain because it will begin as snow. It'll be very pretty. But then as we warm up into Sunday, then it turns into a rain event.
Lehigh Valley, mostly snow, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
we're gonna get an inch of snow.
Yeah.
And it'll be and the rain will wash it away. It's fine. all this hype for nothing.
But they're saying
700 plus days.
Oh my God.
The problem is that
It's January.
If they're wrong and it switches over,
yeah.
Because let's say use the Pennsylvania Turnpike 1 to 3 inches, use that as your border.
Right.
So in other words, if they're wrong and that just shifts over just a wee bit, then you're looking at like 6 to 10 inches.
Okay.
I'm just trying to put that out there.
Yeah.
The timing is critical here.
That's fine.
And if the temperature just drops a little bit more.
We've got 2 NFL games Saturday night. We've got the NFL Sunday. The PGA Tour's back in Hawaii. I'll live vicariously through my television, wishing I was in a warm tropical paradise. Fine by me.
Well, I hope that we get enough snow that at least the kids could, go to the tower and get a little sledding in.
Yeah.
The tower?
Yeah. Water
Are your
tower.
kids 30? What are they?
They're teenagers.
What are they going sledding?
What, you didn't sled when you were 17, Stockton?
No!
I did.
They're all teenagers at the water tower.
Oh,
It's
nice.
a lot of fun.
Okay.
It's actually beautiful in Chestnut Hill.
I'm just checking my buddy John Blaris's Twitter feed.
Oh, yeah?
Because he's updating everybody. Because his
Right.
Pocono 6 inches.
Thought he was doing real estate.
John, stick with real estate. I worked with John. John, he blew the storm of the century, so just stick with real estate, would you already?
All
That's your big three.
All right, there we go. You can tell it's a Friday around here. 8:46. We will come back. Wrap up the 8 o'clock hour. We have updates with Jeffrey Epstein and the details of one that went to Epstein Island on the jet. Anthony DiRenzo just gave me this, courtesy of the New York Post, on the jet as a teen, according to court documents. Details of this horrific story next. Kayal and Company.
Adopt U.S. Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University with a special book signing on January 26th with Glenn McNow and Ray Didinger.
If folks have not seen the newly constituted show, he brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Conklin at Westchester University January 26th and 27th and at the Broadway Theater in Pitman, New Jersey on February 24th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
8:51, Kayal and Company, rolling on Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Coming up at 9:20, morning mystery movie clip. Your last chance to win a pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling. We will also have What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Also, some more bad news for Joe Biden. when it comes to polls. We'll get to that. Also, a very crazy story at Dunkin' Donuts that we found that we will touch on. Might make you laugh a little bit. It's a wild story, so we'll get to that coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. However, Anthony Dorenzo, excuse me, during the break gave me a new story from the New York Post, and I mentioned this before the break. This is in regards to Jeffrey Epstein. The headline reads as follows: top model who jumped to her death from her Wall Street apartment building had also flown on Epstein's jet as a teen, court documents say. As we mentioned earlier this morning, last night there was a second wave of documents released. 2 nights ago, you had the first wave, which was 943 pages worth. But this one also very sad. And like I said earlier, I think we are only, scratching the surface on all of the people that were impacted by Epstein, whether or not these are big wig celebrities, politicians, or some of the victims that sadly don't get talked about enough, but we'll mention this one here. So a top model who jumped to her death from her Wall Street apartment building had previously been one of the teen girls flown to Jeffrey Epstein's private island. That according to newly unsealed court documents. Her name, Ruslana Korshanova, I think I got that right, who featured in ads for Marc Jacobs, DKNY. That's Donna Karan, yeah. Vera Wang and Nina Ricci Perfume. She was just 18 when she was a passenger on the since deceased pedophile's so-called Lolita Express on June 7th, 2006. The latest batch of unsealed documents show the trip to Epstein's Little St. James was almost exactly 2 years before the Russian beauty signed to IMG and leaped to her death from her 9th floor balcony. Her ex-boyfriend told the Post at the time that the model had problems that she said kept bottled up at all times. Korshanova's trip to Epstein Island was just weeks before the money man was arrested in 2006 and later convicted of sex with underage girls. So I got to imagine that there's just so many more stories like this. And, this is the thing that the media just is, barely ever addresses. And, I'm not a female, so I can't sit here and speak on behalf of what this is like, but to have your life just destroyed, whether you're a teenager or you're an adult, to be in this situation with a scumbag pedophile creep like this guy, and you've mentioned this, Dawn, this is international. This is, going around the globe, the amount of people that were compromised, that were vulnerable, that were manipulated. And you talk about Maxwell and these other peoples that preyed upon the weak, so to speak, and then basically fed them to the beast that was. These are the kind of stories that you're going to keep hearing about, I would imagine, in the coming days and weeks. So,
well, and that's why it's critical to go. And I know that Les Wexner's name has resurfaced as we're learning more from these documents being unsealed, these court documents, civil cases. There were more than 70 victims in this, so there are going to be more court. We're going to get this every day. These document, as we look through these thousands of pages. But that's why, so that if we connect the dots, you have a model here. So what's the connection? So the story is that Epstein, who was an unknown, suddenly becomes the financial guy who is working for this multi-billionaire biggity big.
Yep.
And the question is, why did Wexner trust him? Was there some kind of a special relationship? What was that all about? Then Wexner, at some point, just completely cuts ties with Epstein because he says Epstein stole from him, when he had his power of attorney back in the early 90s. Why would you give somebody, when you're a multi-billionaire, why would you give somebody power of attorney? And this is somebody with, no official degrees, whatever. And then it's revealed, according to Wexner, that Epstein stole from him, basically embezzled some $40 million. Now, if somebody stole $40 million from you, don't you think you would sue them, try to get some of that money back?
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Why?
Right.
What's up with that? So where does this money come from? And I know Epstein also had told, all these stories that he had, he was doing intelligence work, and he knew all these people in intelligence and upper government. And was he really a spy? What's up with that?
I will just leave you with this as we wrap up the 8 o'clock hour. Megyn Kelly had said on her show yesterday or 2 days ago, she delivered some sort of cryptic message, says that there's going to be a lot more Epstein developments in the coming year. And this is from Megyn Kelly. We may hear about them, quote, from him directly.
Another grifter trying to get more clicks.
Could very well be the case. Or, in this bizarre story, would it surprise you if there was tapes
I'm
of
sure
Epstein
there's tapes.
where he admits to it and they get leaked out in the next year?
I'm sure there's tapes.
I think that's what she's referring to.
I'm just tired of all these internet famous people trying to get clicks with stuff.
I agree. The hell with them. I'm staying off of the internet in 2024.
Thank you.
No drinking and no Twitter. All right, coming up next, final hour is on the way. Joe Biden struggling with young women in the polls. The details on how bad it is and how quickly it's happened. Coming up next, Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Hi, this is Howard Eskin. Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries, got them. Leaves raked. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat. But which one? There are many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet? Maybe a tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous winter promotions.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me. So I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Must be some misunderstanding.
9:05, Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour, Friday morning. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, 855-839-1210. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in just about 15 minutes. Also, bottom of the hour, What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. And a lot of news with the Bidens, from Joe to Hunter. And we'll start with Joe, and then we'll get to what is on the front page of the New York Post regarding Hunter Biden. But 2 sets of numbers that I think are very interesting. One probably more worrisome for Joe than the other, but I'll start with the first. And that is the latest 538 polling average. Net approval rating at this time for president after 1,080 days in office. Joe Biden, in a landslide, has the worst, the highest negative net approval rating of all time for 1,080 days in office. Joe is currently sitting at a negative 17.2%. To put that in context, Trump was at negative 11.8%. Barack Obama was at a negative half point, negative 0.6. Bill Clinton was at plus 11. Jimmy Carter, plus 9.5%. H.W. Bush, plus 12.5%. Nixon, plus 14.5%. Reagan, plus 15%. Truman, plus 17%. G.W. Bush, plus 20%. And Eisenhower, plus 63%. So Joe Biden, through almost 1,100 days, hands down the most disliked president in recent American history for 1,080 days in office. Probably not much of a surprise, but when you think about it, a lot of people say Jimmy Carter, worst president in their lifetime. He's got Joe Biden beat by about 27 points. Now, here's where it's a big issue for Joe. And I say that because one of the things that I think all three of us on this show have agreed on is that single young women are the GOP's worst nightmare. It's Trump's worst nightmare. Not just for abortion, but, and Dawn, you have said this, the 27-year-old career-oriented single female, no kids, that buys the triple venti mocha latte from Starbucks for $8.50 a pop, does not like Donald Trump. But now young women are abandoning Joe Biden at an alarming rate. More alarm bells go off for Joe as a new poll shows that his support with female voters under 30 years old has plummeted by 18 points in just a half year, in just 6 months. So let me give you some of these details. This is an exclusive from the Daily Mail. Joe Biden's lead over Donald Trump with key group plunges from 27 points down to 9 points. The 6-month drop is a key factor in how Donald Trump has overtaken Joe Biden in the polls. JL Partners polled 984 likely voters from December 15th to the 20th to get a snapshot, and support for Joe Biden has collapsed by 18 points amongst these young women in just the past 6 months, amid questions about his age, his leadership, and also his response to the crisis in Gaza. The sector was a key part in delivering a narrow victory in the 2020 election, but the exclusive poll for Daily Mail found that the support amongst 18 to 29-year-old likely female voters plunged from 60% in June of 2023 to just 42% at the end of the last month. So now if you're tracking all of this, and again, polls are polls, whether they're good or bad for a Republican or a Democrat, got to take them all with a grain of salt. But Joe has lost 24% in the black vote community. He has lost completely the Hispanic vote. Trump now leads him by about 5 points in that demo. We've talked about how young voters in general are leaving Joe, but now young female voters, this as they just sent Kamala Harris out in her new chore, her new duty, as they continue to reassign Kamala from border czar to AI czar to the Kamala Harris abortion tour 2024, this is not a good sign. And you take it for what it's worth. But if Joe starts to slip in all of these areas collectively, simultaneously, we've seen the numbers in all of these swing states. 10,000 votes in Georgia, 11,000 votes in this state, roughly 40,000 votes in 4 states. If you're the Biden administration, and I know Fetterman came out and blasted Carville last week saying he doesn't give a damn about polls. But when they start to add up, and it's kind of undeniable at this point. He's not polling well with any community right now. He really isn't.
Yeah, who is he polling well with?
I don't know. And again, you say, well, it's only 984 people that were polled here, but you know, everyone that we take, 1,000 people here, 1,500 there, all of it starts to add up, and these aren't the same people. So you throw it all into the pot. You take all of the ingredients and then you flip the stove on. Like if you're Joe Biden right now, and it's not like you won decisively in 2020, you've got to be worried. And here's my question. What I would ask the Biden campaign and some of these Democratic strategists, do you really think And I think, sadly, the answer is yes. But I would love to know the level of confidence they have behind closed doors. Do you really think that you can just win again by selling threats to democracy and dictator?
Guys, you guys are, yes, they do.
They do.
They are.
I think they can for abortion.
They are betting on those two issues, democracy and the abortion issue, the overturning of Roe that happened last year, or was it 2 years ago now?
Summer of 22, June of 22.
They are counting that will, in the end, bring people out. And by the way, they're not wrong. They're not wrong.
I agree exponentially, without a doubt, on abortion, because we've seen all of these elections post Roe v. Wade. Republicans have lost every single one. So there's quantitative data and results that says, dude, you've lost every single one. But like
these polls are meaningless.
But the general theme of threat to democracy, isn't that wearing thin on people? Like,
no,
like
to
threat
certain people, to listeners of this radio station, of course. But when it really comes down to it, I think this stuff plays. I think this stuff plays well, and I keep saying this, like, don't get too comfortable with these polls, because
I'm not believing any of them.
It is, this was Hillary Clinton in 2016. Like she was like, I have this election in the bag, and I don't have to go to this state and that state and this state, and I can hang out in Brooklyn and do all this because I have a 90% chance of beating Donald Trump. Look how that worked out. So all I'm saying is that these polls are absolutely meaningless, and when it comes down to it, yes, you have Charlemagne, who said he's not voting for Biden again. But
and by the way, he's added a follow-up to that. He said, by the way, that does not mean by any stretch I'm voting for Trump.
Of course. Right. That's the thing here, is that everybody just assumes because they're upset with Biden, they're not going to vote for him, or they're going to vote for Trump. That's not the case. It's just not the case.
So let me ask you this, because and I agree with you for the most part there. So if, let's just say, hypothetically, let's go back to the cut sheet where we played the clip of DeSantis saying Democrats want Trump in because they can beat him. Do you think the playbook would be the same if DeSantis was the nominee? Do you think Democrats would be able to just simply run on abortion, democracy, and
abortion,
dictator?
Yes, not the democracy issue.
Okay, see, this is where I would disagree with you, because I think DeSantis tries to rule with an iron fist a lot like Trump. So I think they would actually utilize the same exact thing, because if you remember, and this seems like an eternity ago, remember when Pierce Brosnan, Pierce Morgan interviewed Ron DeSantis, and he was like, a lot of people have pegged you as Trump light. You're the Diet Coke to Trump's Donald Coke. So I actually think they would utilize the same playbook against DeSantis. Remember the hit piece on him in Politico when he was actually, before he launched in May and botched everything with Twitter Spaces, the mainstream was all ready to go in fear if DeSantis became the guy. I think they were going to broad brush him just like they do Trump. But that's just me.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. All I'm saying is that if you weren't here, Nick, but Dawn, you certainly were. You remember that after the Democrat primary in right before 2020, Joe Biden was polling at like 7%.
Yeah,
he had everybody, including hosts on this radio station, called him, like they washed their hands, like he has no shot. He has no shot in the world. He's never going to win. He's not going to be the nominee. He's not going to be the nominee. And then he won South Carolina, and he ran the table after that. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that you cannot underestimate the Democrat voting base. Yeah. They will come out. They will support their guy if they think that he's in trouble. They will.
Yep. That Greg Stocker said at that time, which it echoes like a nightmare in my head, Joe Biden will be president of the United States. Trust me. I wish I had the audio drop for it. Greg said it on the air, and I was like, you're crazy.
Yeah.
And because it was like a man in a basement. Like, you know what I mean? Yes. And he said it, and he was right, which is terrifying.
Yep.
But now I think in play, and we talk about the border crisis, but when I think about the Hispanic vote, all the latest numbers show that, look at Obama, 70+%. He got 70+% of the Hispanic vote. Biden losing to Trump, by all accounts, the Hispanic vote. Mm-hmm. And it's, first of all, it's because where do the folks go who've come here illegally and maybe they're not here to work, but they're coming here, they're the gotaways.
Right.
They go in with the Hispanic community who's here legally.
Right.
So that's not popular. But number two, it's this whole woke stuff, the Latin accent, all of that, by and large, Hispanics are family people, are family-based people, and that's why they're the fastest growing population group in the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
So I do find that fascinating, that how Trump is, and this is this big party switch that we're seeing, where Trump is growing every day within the Hispanic vote, and they could very well decide this election.
Yeah. I mean, if we're breaking down which recent polling trends that are more believable to actually play out come election day, I believe the Hispanic thing that you mentioned. I would actually argue, even though things are going in the right direction for Trump with the black vote, I still think at the end of the day that is polling, and that's not real life out there. So, certainly there will be some black people that vote for Trump that didn't before. I have a hard time believing the young female going and abandoning Joe and voting for Trump.
You're right.
That's the demo, I think, the most that just, because you see them on social media. It's like they literally despise it doesn't matter what facts you give them. There's like the logic component of their brain when they hear the word Trump gets switched off.
The other problem is, and both sides are guilty of this too, is that because of social media and because of now you can get your news from literally if you want a conservative point of view, you go here. You want a liberal point of view, you go here. So you get in this false sense of security by thinking that everybody thinks like you.
Right.
Because you're on Twitter and you see a bunch of people that agree with you, and you see a bunch of people that are like, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Yeah, how can I? And it lulls you into this false sense of security that everybody in the world thinks like you do.
Yeah.
And that is absolutely not true for liberals or conservatives.
Well, think about it. There's only, I believe the number is less than 20% of Americans are on social media. So you take that, and then you go down to the social media app that you prefer to use, and then you whittle it down even further to the group of people that you follow on said app that share the same thoughts as you in your little political social media echo chamber. And so if you think about it, you're absolutely right. You're getting like 2% of reality, and you're thinking that's the majority.
Yes.
When clearly it's not.
Yes.
Which goes back to the whole point of social media's, not real life.
And by the way, liberals are guilty of that too, because they go on the mainstream media news sites and they see all of this and they see, well, people clearly hate Trump and they clearly aren't going to vote for him, and look what happened last time, and that's not true either.
Oh, I know.
So it's both sides getting lulled into this false sense of security that we got this in the bag.
You got these people on the left that will watch CNN for 12 minutes a day, get their news from Yahoo, and scroll Facebook, and they think the whole world hates Donald Trump, when in reality it's like, hey, that guy got 74 million votes.
Of course.
A lot of people that love Donald Trump.
Of course. And liberals would be stupid to think that the majority of people hate Donald Trump, because that's just not the case.
Yep.
It's just not.
Yep. All right, we'll get to the Hunter Biden story, which is very fascinating, as Hunter might be going Hollywood. We'll give you those details in a little bit, but right now, 9:20, speaking of Hollywood, time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, there's two ways to use a stun gun. Up close and personal. Really or you can shoot it from a distance. Now, do I have any volunteers who want to come up here and do some shooting, huh? All right, how about you, young lady? Come on up here. All right, let's go, handsome. Come on. Not you, fat Jesus. Slide it on back. You, pretty boy. All right, now it's real simple. All you got to do is point,
I love this
aim,
movie.
and shoot. All right?
You don't really want to do this. Don't listen to this maniac. Let's think this thing through.
Finish him! Right in the nuts! That was beautiful!
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, how good is that? Come on. Caller 12-855-839-1210. You will get the final pair of tickets to the live taping of Major League Wrestling tomorrow night, January 6th, South Philadelphia at the 2300 Arena. Caller 12-855-839-1210. See if you can get that. I would think that that's a pretty easy movie, pretty funny one at that. And we'll give away our final pair of wrestling tickets coming up next. Kayal and Company. And then after that, Hunter Biden Hollywood documentary. Details next. Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Hi, this is Joe Medercher, PNC Bank Regional President. What's important to you? What drives you? What do you want your wealth to do? At PNC Private Bank, we call that your why, and we want to understand yours. Maybe it's creating a legacy, buying a home, or enjoying your retirement. Whatever your goals are, we'll work with you to build a personalized wealth plan to help you achieve it. So tell us, what's your why? To learn more, please visit pnc.com/privatebank. PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year. I've got new styles like my Dylan sectional, new ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa, new mattresses for a new lease on life, new colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel Fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
County today. Snowstorm on the way. Get your snow shovels. Grab all your bread, your lunch meat, your milk, your juice. And then get ready for an inch and a half and then for it to be washed away in the rain. 855-839-1210. Time to give away our final pair of tickets to Major League Wrestling live taping tomorrow night, South Philadelphia, 2300 Arena. And we have Alicia in Langhorne, who is our winner this morning. Alicia, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you a few minutes ago?
Oh, good morning. The Hangover.
Yes. Something I anticipate having none of in 2024 because I'm going dry.
Bold move.
Yes. Alicia, congratulations. That is the correct movie, and you've got the final pair of wrestling tickets. Are you a big wrestling fan?
I actually didn't realize I won or what I was winning, so I will make them work.
Okay.
I will make them work.
All right. Well, Alicia, we appreciate it. Congratulations, and thank you for listening and playing.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Happy New Year.
Yes, you as well, Alicia.
Is it? Are we still allowed to say Happy New Year?
You know,
January 5th.
Yeah. Well, that could be a whole segment. I think you can do it up until about the 10th. That's been my rule of thumb. I thought you were going to mention the fact that Alicia just wanted to win a prize, even though she didn't know what the prize was. And I was going to ask you, are we still allowed to use the term in radio, prize pigs?
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, because I remember when I
think that's wrong.
Okay, because I remember back in the day when I was doing sports, we would have the same people that would always just try to win a prize regardless of what the prize, and it was like a once-a-month rule. And
by the way, you're not insinuating that Lisa or that Alicia is that.
No,
you're just saying
it's not
that
male or female. It's just general.
That there used to be there used to be people who used to just
a lot of
call
people
in
just
and
love to win
things.
free stuff.
Yeah,
even if they don't like it or need it.
No,
but nice work, Alicia. So Major League Wrestling tickets coming up.
Whether you like it or
night.
not, yeah.
Yeah, and why would you not like wrestling?
Well, I mean,
by the way, WrestleMania coming to Philadelphia in April.
I've heard.
Yep. I might have to pull out some cash from the savings account and buy them myself.
Maybe Alicia has like a husband or a son or
it's got to be somebody right?
that she can give it to, a nephew.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get to the Hunter Biden story. This is going to make you want to puke because this is kind of a puff piece documentary that kind of puts Hunter Biden in a very positive light. So the New York Post with the story that Hunter Biden's sugar brother, Kevin Morris, is plotting a documentary on the first son. And it's apparently a soft focus documentary on the disgraced and indicted presidential offspring. They go on to say, while the first son's life, as viewed through his now infamous laptop, resembles a Quentin Tarantino film with plenty of not so tasteful nudity, the untitled Morris Project would show a more gentle Hunter Biden playing, quote, a softer side, painting, selling his art, raising his son and navigating the everyday life of a sober adult with ongoing criminal investigations and in the crosshairs of former President Trump and his supporters, the LA Times credulously reported this week. A film crew apparently has been trailing Hunter Biden, 53, for years now, and was most recently spotted recording the first son, publicly defying his subpoena. Remember when he showed up at the House Oversight Committee outside for that deposition on December 13th? And you can actually see the front page of the New York Post if you're watching on YouTube right now. This is actually really well done. They've got Hunter Biden wearing a suit with a laptop. And on the laptop, you see the little bumper sticker that says Biden-Harris. And then it says, by hooker, by crook, the Bidens will get paid.
That is funny.
You got Joe wearing the aviator shades, a little cash, a little bucket of cash.
To be honest with you, like his antics of, all this money, where he got it from, the hookers, the blow.
It's totally Hollywood.
The guns. I mean, I would watch a movie like that.
Yeah, I probably would. Although once I realized that they're going to try to... Now, if you make it raunchy and you make it about all his terrible stuff, I will absolutely watch it because I know what he is in real life. So, I mean, you can't sit here and paint the picture, so to speak, of him, quote, raising his son when he completely ignored the existence of his 4-year-old daughter, Navy Jean Roberts, I believe her name is. So,
very good, Nick.
And this is what? Now, years in the making, according to this. So what is this? This is all about a PR spin, a rehabilitated image that they are trying to salvage this guy's reputation at 53 years old.
It all started a month ago when he appeared on that Moby podcast.
That's right.
And it's no coincidence that it happened right before 2024 started. And it's no accident that he spoke on Capitol Hill. And it's no accident that this documentary or whatever it is coming out in time for 2024.
No. And think about it. We've been talking about the laptop since 2020. There was also this film crew that was following him in the fall of 2021 at an art gallery. So this is years in the making. And I don't know where this will actually be released and air. I don't know if this is like on a streaming service or a theater or what it might be. But if you want to consume this, best of luck. It's probably bring your barf bag with you because it's going to be painted from a certain slant, so to speak. All right, 9:35. Let's get to a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. Yeah, let's get right to it. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 on this Friday. By the way, I saw a list of the guests and the topics coming up on the Dawn Show starting at 10:05. Sounds great.
Yeah.
I'm just
good stuff.
Just letting you know. You should definitely stay tuned for that. Anyway.
I think we'll tease that around 9:50.
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You want to do a show today too?
What?
You want to do a show as well? Do like the Rex Stock. You got a lot of bounce to your step today. I like this.
Yeah, no,
I need this all the time. I like it.
Are you eating?
I need 90% less of me. That's my New Year's resolution for 24. Nikki Haley was also involved in the Republican presidential town hall last night. Apparently, they did it after.
Did anybody know this happened?
Forgive me, I did not watch this, so I watched clips early this morning. So I thought it was just Ron DeSantis, but Nikki Haley was also. I guess she did it later. I'm not sure.
Wait, this wasn't the unsanctioned GOP primary that we talked about.
This wasn't a debate. It's a CNN town hall.
Because this was we talked about this a few days ago, where Vivek and Chris Christie missed the cut.
Yeah, so I'm getting this isn't the debate. This is the town hall.
Okay.
This was, I guess, right after Ron DeSantis's. Hang on a second. I have to put this up here.
DeSantis.
Thank you. I knew you were going to do that, so I had to make sure that that thing was up. So the you talked about the Iowa school shooting yesterday that happened yesterday. She addressed it, and the question from a voter there in Iowa is, how will you address the issue of school shootings? This is how she answered it. Cut 15, Phil, go.
The second thing is we have to secure our schools the same way we secure our airports and our courthouses. And that means we make sure that we have whatever we need to make sure nothing comes through, bullet-wise or otherwise. We need to have a security officer at the front of every school. We need to have one point of entry, no side or rear entries. And then we need to make sure that we have someone on staff, not a guidance counselor, but a mental health counselor that does nothing but look to see which kids may be in crisis. And let's start there. That's at least doing something. But we have to do something. This is heartbreaking.
All right.
We have to secure our schools the same way we secure our airports and courthouses.
And business
Like-
buildings,
Yeah.
like ours.
Like Odyssey.
Yeah. Can you
mean-
imagine if every school was like Odyssey World headquarters?
No, I mean, the Department of Education requires kids to go here.
Yep.
And so I imagine that at the Department of Education, which a lot of people say they should abolish, but I imagine at the Department of Education at the front, they have security in that building, in that office.
Yep.
They should also have the same. I agree with her.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's actually a very good point by her.
What she's referencing quickly, this shooter, this 17-year-old who then killed himself, by all accounts, these students are speaking out this morning. Schools closed there in Perry, Iowa.
As they should be.
But they have counselors. A lot of the classmates are speaking out, saying the 17-year-old shooter was bullied. But the reason he targeted a 6th grader, allegedly, is because his younger sister was being bullied.
Mm-hmm.
And so and then the parents had a school meeting talking to the school principal, who was also shot.
Yep.
So did this shooter, because he was bullied sister, was that the motivation here?
Mm-hmm.
So the mental health, thing that I think she's referencing.
I mean, just think about all the money that the school districts have for certain programs. I mean, there's got to be something where you can scale back and trim off some of the fat from some department and use that money and reallocate it towards police or protection or, like she said, one point of entry into the school and an armed trained guard. And by the way, too, the guidance counselor thing is interesting because, yeah, guidance counselors are certainly trained in many areas, but if you want to have a mental health true professional expert there, maybe we can actually find and identify those red flags so that when they pop up 7 weeks later, it doesn't lead to the result that we saw yesterday where the signs were there for this person and nobody intervened, or they saw it, but they just turned a blind eye to it.
We need to look, I said this earlier, we need to look at psychotropic drugs.
Yeah.
And the side effects.
I don't disagree with that.
Too many kids on antidepressants.
Well, and as well, we no longer have community schools. We have these huge schools that are built like a prison. And you have thousands of kids in these schools, like in this little town, this one huge building that connects. My first question was, why was a 6th grader at the high school? The schools are connected in these huge institutions, which is what I think government wants. I don't think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. And it's the same way with my girls down in Nashville. The school they go to, the elementary school, is K through 5, and then 6 and 7 are right next door. And I'm telling you, there's not more than 20. Now, they're not connected, but they're in the same parking lot, and they're no more than 20 yards apart. When we were growing up, I mean, my God, my elementary school was probably 5 miles from the middle school, and the high school was 7 miles away.
Yeah.
So,
future president, Governor Josh Shapiro, was on Morning Joe this morning with a very puff piece interview by Mike Barnacle, telling him how wonderful he is for his help on 95 and how more governors need to govern like him. I kid you not. That's the line of questioning here.
And the relevance to having Josh Shapiro on about fixing 95 now in January of 24 is...
I'm assuming that they had him on, again, I didn't watch the entire interview, but I'm assuming they had him on for a reason, like maybe the president coming to PA. I don't know. But this is how Mike Barnacle decided to question future President Josh Shapiro. This is cut 16, guys, go.
And you're well known and deservedly well known for when I-95 collapsed outside Philadelphia. About 16 seconds after it collapsed, you and the federal government were out there in your Superman capes. and got the job done well ahead of time. Do you think you can convince the Biden political people to prevent all these Democrats from walking into walls? They're so concerned about Joe Biden. and just having them focus on substance of getting things done.
Yeah, look, that's what governors do, especially Democratic governors, Westmore and others. We get stuff done. And you know what? So does Joe Biden. Take a look at I-95 for a moment. Joe Biden was my partner in that. I could not have gotten that road reopened within 12 days without the great partnership of Joe Biden, Secretary Buttigieg, and the federal government. They all stepped up and did a great job. And I think the president understands the critical importance of infrastructure and the critical importance of being there in a time of need and helping us understand we're all in this together. You know, Mike, just to kind of stitch back to the opening questions from Mika and the fact that the president's going to be at Valley Forge together, you know, President Washington famously understood the importance of not just being in Washington or in Virginia, but getting out across then this infant country and helping people understand that they're not just Pennsylvanians or Virginians, they are Americans, right? And we are all in this together. And I think President Biden understands that as well. And he proved that when it came to I-95, that yes, this was a road in Philadelphia, of course, but it was a road that stitched us all together as Americans from Maine to Florida, and he understood the importance of partnering with us to get that done.
Okay, a couple of things. One, Republican governors get stuff done as well. Remember when DeSantis got that bridge back open in 3 days after that hurricane in Florida in September of 2022. But did you pick up on what Shapiro just said there about Valley Forge with Joe? He got it wrong as well. And that's inexcusable from a guy like Shapiro who knows Montgomery County as well as anybody. Valley Forge and Montgomery Community College were not even close. Come on, Josh. Oh, by the way, too, with the actual question that he asked Shapiro, it almost sounded like the way he positioned the question was asking if Joe's messaging that he's about to unveil is good enough, or is it more about actually getting things accomplished?
Yeah.
Because we know what Joe's message is going to be. It's about threat to democracy, dictator Trump, and abortion. But what about the actual issues plaguing the country? And I don't feel like he really answered that there.
I gotta say, the Democrats are very smart to trot him out. He's very, very good at his job. His job being selling the Democrat agenda.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, if we were, let's just take a little inventory right now. If I were to say there are 3 governors that are Democrats that are the top 3 most likely to run for president in 28, and it's Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro, and Phil Murphy, who do you think would be the leader in the clubhouse?
Gavin Newsom.
Okay. Just because he's got more experience and he's more known?
Yeah, I said this to start it, and I 100% believe it. Josh Shapiro will be president of the United States in my lifetime. I'm telling you that right now.
No, I think that Greg is correct. Shapiro is definitely he is definitely going to run, and that's going to happen. I would not be surprised if he's president, because he's moderate. He's a golly gee. He genuinely, and I've known him for a lot of decades. He's genuinely a golly gee, whether you like his policies or not.
Yeah, has nothing to do with policies. It's literally
his
just
demeanor.
Yeah, his style.
He's genuinely
and
a good guy,
his
and
style.
I know I'm going to get brutal.
Oh
brutally
no,
attacked.
God! You
I
went
know.
off the reservation.
You said a Democrat was a good guy.
But he
At
is.
Dawn Stensland on Twitter. Unload on her mentions.
But as a human being, I mean, married, grew up right in the shadow of our, right in.
She just likes him because he grew up in this area.
He grew up in Abington.
Yeah.
No,
He just doesn't know where Valley Forge is.
Yes, he does. Grew up in Abington. Married his, high school sweetheart.
Oh,
with
wow.
a beautiful family.
So did I.
All
Great
right.
kids.
All right, I'm heading over to Twitter to.
He doesn't have scandals.
Unload on you, Dawn.
I know.
That we know of.
I know you're. No, he doesn't have. He's not. He's.
Has he
trust me
been
on
to
this.
the island, Dawn?
No.
Has he flown on the
I can
flights?
guarantee you, he's the one. No, and so that's just it. He's like just he comes off, and look at that interview, as just a normal good guy. And so I think that's refreshing. And I disagree about the Gavin Newsom, who's just that slick talker with those fake teeth. And I think by contrast, I actually think Shapiro is somebody who comes across as he knows who he is and he's grounded, Whereas somebody like Gavin Newsom, he's all flash, and you look at him, you hear him talking for 2 minutes. And
Gavin's more used car salesman.
Yeah, he's talking out. He's talking, out of both sides of his mouth. Now with Shapiro, they didn't ask him, for example, well, what happened, with it? What did you get done, Governor, in your first year? What did you get done? Boy, it took a long time to get that budget. They're not asking him any tough questions.
Of course not.
The media never will. Thus, it allows him further to show that personality that he's a great personality.
All right. 9:47. We will come back, wrap it up, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show this morning. Just 13 minutes out. She will have Josh Shapiro in studio for 2 hours. And they will have a good time on the radio.
I know you're all going to bash me. Oh, no. I'm telling you the truth.
Good chance to bash Dawn right now and win Twitter or YouTube of the day, because that's coming up as well. We're back after this. Stay right there.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed, and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
It's the New Year's mega sale at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Now the party is over. Are you left thinking, will the new year bring new opportunities? Or just the same old questions? Familiar patterns? Missed opportunities? At California Psychics, we can help you start the new year with your sights firmly on new horizons. Whatever your goals and unique life situation, our psychics will surprise you with their ability to offer unique insight that'll help you move forward. We only connect you with the very best. It's why 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. And why we can guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. A new you awaits. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you concerned about your child struggling in school? Do they need more of a challenge? Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna at New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown. 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of 2 to 1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, and including bipolar. Do not wait. Remember, only
Only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right. Receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries got them. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouthwatering candy cake? Maybe a tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is Kayal and Company, 9:54, Friday morning. Wrapping up another week. The Dawn Show wrapping up another week in about 6 minutes. And we find out what she has on tap at the top of the hour.
Yeah, so coming up, we're going to update you on what's happening locally, timeline of the storm, timeline of Biden's visit and those school closings, and why the president recently met with a diverse group of historians. So we'll have all things Biden, all things local, all those updates. The new jobs report came out and better than expected. That's a good thing. So we'll talk about the economy a bit. But coming up at 10:05, comedian Jad Slay.
Hey.
Remember him? We talked about him.
It's a great get by you guys.
No, this is Anthony got this. So good job to Ant. This is that former WHYY employee who loves to do a little comedy on the side. Remember, he was canceled and fired. And then, guess what? He sued. He got his job back.
Yeah.
Love it.
And now that Anthony booked a good guest, you won't hear this.
Anthony, you are fired.
Anthony worked very hard this week.
Good work out of him.
Yeah, no, kudos to Anthony and Phil.
good
They
job.
everybody did a great job. Thank you for bearing with me while I.
Yeah, while you were in and out, back and forth.
I know.
Working one day, off the next.
One more flu. What's the old saying in Devil Wears Prada? One more flu bug to goal weight or whatever.
Exactly.
That's what women love to say.
Yeah.
Stocker's used up his sick days for the calendar year. He's here for the duration now.
That's the worst.
All
And then
right.
coming up at 11, we'll have more updates. But Anthony Hennon joins us, and he's obviously one of the hardest working print reporters around locally, and writes. We'll ask him about Shapiro as well, but writing about what's going on in Pennsylvania, some of these new laws taking effect, and what else Anthony Hennon is up to. He's an investigative journalist, so we'll talk to Ant.
Okay.
The other Ant.
The other Ant. All right, that's coming up in about 4 minutes as we wrap it up with Who Won Twitter and YouTube today.
Who won Twitter?
Because we have to get out of here. I'm going to do just Twitter today. Tracy Murphy 99 wins Twitter. She says, I work at Target. People are sheep, buying eggs, bread, and milk for a storm. Do they not have food in their pantry and make French toast during a storm? I agree. People are sheep. Stop buying.
I agree.
All these things like you're never going to get out again.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, at Target, where they sell these new things, talk about people being sheep, the Starbucks Stanley, that big cup that's available for $49.99.
Yep.
You sheep and you
$50.
suckers. Yeah, for a coffee mug.
Can you imagine that?
My God. Just get a Kayal and Company one. It's cheaper.
Yep.
And it looks better. All right, everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back Monday morning at 6. And as Joe Biden might say later today when he leaves Montgomery County.
All right. God save the Queen, man.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together,